The Babylonians live on an earth disk that floats on the world sea. In its center rises the world mountain, under it yawn the abysses of the underworld. Plato recognizes that the earth is a sphere at the center of the universe. The sun, the moon, the planets, and all the stars circle around it. Nicholas Copernicus finds that the sun is the center of the universe and all the planets revolve around it. A fixed star sky surrounds and limits this cosmos. Georges Lemaitre, Edwin Hubble, and others say that matter, space, and time were created 13.8 billion years ago. The universe came into being with a big bang and has been expanding faster and faster since then. In January 2022, NASA's James Webb Telescope turned its gaze to the dark age in which the universe was born. Once again, the truth about the origin, nature, and future of our world is to be discovered.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Who was here yesterday? Yeah, a couple of you. Oh, okay, good. Well, hope you had a great night. And today is the end of truth. So if you come with any kind of optimism, like, it's not going to work. We learned two things yesterday in the last talk. Who was there for Aina Aibudun? Anyone? Yeah? So she said two things were very important. Power is fast and wisdom is slow. And there is no wisdom without wisdom, there is no tech. Sorry. So now that we are talking about tech today, we can see that we have a couple of challenges. And I'm very glad that this day is placed under the sign of the EU DigitalDeal conference. In case you don't know it, it's a project to explore how the digital shift is actually happening, the sudden acceleration of shift of things which is bringing with it, but also exploring the cutting-edge technologies, through educational program, especially for the younger generation, the digital native generations. So in this third day of conferences, this is the third day already, we're going to ask a very interesting question like who owns the technologies which could be actually considered as commons? Who of us is actually at the wheel of this technical advancement, which makes us also relate to the truth? And does it mean that the end of truth is near? So today we're going to check also these challenges that we have to distinguish between fact and fiction. We're going to explore the relationship we have with technology, the power of politics and the dynamics between tech, but also democratic processes. And we're going to also see how AI is going to impact our consciousness and what can we believe and what can we do to combat disinformation? So this is the overall guideline for today. Let me have a look with you very briefly in the program of the day, a little bit more granularly. So we start really strong with technology, power, and truth. We're going to make an interactive session. I mean, for those of you who are here yesterday, you remember we were doing the Mentimeter. No Mentimeter today, but we have some interactive session to test you, to test how good you are as fake and real stuff. And maybe you will be surprised yourself. So we will do that together at 11:30. Then I am insanely happy to have Sarah Krebs with us to discuss the promise and perils of the AI-mediated political communication. And then we will stay in this interaction of AI and democracy together with Meinhard Lucas, who is going to make an introduction for the next panel, which will be, and I will be very happy to moderate this myself, the future of democracy in the age of AI. And after that, we're going to go in the afternoon. We're going to dig more into our own relationship to misinformation. We're going to have a lecture on how AI is changing our consciousness. I'm really looking forward to that one. And then what can we do, we humans, with against actually misinformation? What can we believe? Can we believe anything? or is it really the end of truth and we don't know anything anymore? We will learn how to debunk fakes. We will have some fact-checker experts sharing their tricks together with us. I think it's amazing. I really want to do that. Sometimes it's great to be the curator of a conference because you do what you want to see and what you want to learn. It was a great work together with Ars Electronica to curate this program for you. So I hope you're going to enjoy it. And let's start right away with the first keynote and technology, power, and truth. I mean, that, as I said, it's a bold start into the day from the invention of writing to AI, and we're going to explore together how the development of technology is actually embedded in our economical, political, military, ideological power structure. And we're going to see actually, I'm not going to reveal what it is because I have the blurb here, but I think that our speaker, Fabian Scheidler, who studied history and philosophy and is working as a freelance book author, a journalist, a speaker also, and a visual artist. So that's an excellent combination here for Ars Electronica. He wrote a book called The End of the Mega Machine, a brief history of a failing civilization. So I see you're not way more optimistic than I am. That's great. I'm not an optimistic person. I just fake it until I make it. And he has also another book, The Stuff We Are Made Of, Rethinking Nature. But then we should have been inviting you yesterday because yesterday was about nature and planet. But today is about tech. And he's awarded the Autobrenner Media Prize also. So welcome on stage. Please, Fabian Scheidler.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a pleasure and an honor to open the session. The title is Technology, Power and Truth from the Invention of Writing to AI, and I will start right away with the crisis of life on Earth that industrial civilization has created. That means industrial civilization, has triggered the biggest species extinction for the last 66 million years, when the dinosaurs were almost wiped out. We have in many parts of the world freshwater crisis, aquifers being depleted and so on. We lose about 1% of fertile land due to industrial agriculture and industrialization and so on. And also with oceans and forests, you know much of that. I won't bore you with that. All this has been incorporated into a concept called planetary boundaries by the Stockholm Resilience Center, and they came up with 9 planetary boundaries. We already passed 6 of these boundaries and are about to pass a 7th one. Now, all of this, the crisis of life on Earth, happens without climate change already, and of course, climate change makes things much worse. We are approaching tipping points in the Earth system. The Potsdam Institute of Climate Impact Research came up with this concept of tipping points in the Earth system. Some of them may be reached already in this decade, including Greenland ice, Western Arctic ice shield. The Amazon forest is also very problematic. And if we reach these tipping points, we could also hit a global hitting point for the Earth system, which would mean that the Earth system would flip into a different state called the hothouse Earth, leaving many parts of the world uninhabited. So we're in real trouble. All this happens in a world of... No, I want to go to another point, which is that the Club of Rome 50 years ago came up with the report, The Limits to Growth, which basically said that we keep on business as usual on the growth path. We will, industrial civilization will finish in the 21st century. Now, this report has been revised many times since then, in 2022 as well, and it was shown that the reports and the figures were quite accurate. So if we don't change course, we could see a major drop in population, industrial production, food production in this century. Now, all this happens on a planet with extreme inequality. 10% about the richest men in the world possess as much as half of the world's population, the poorer part of the world's population. And in recent times, we have seen an accelerating panorama of crises, the financial crisis, euro crisis, pandemic, Ukraine war, and so on. And that also has contributed to a major psychological crisis. According to a new study, more than half of young people in the world say that humanity is doomed. So that's a very harsh reality that we are facing, psychological. And that also means that at least in the Western world, the very concept of progress that was so crucial for Western civilization for centuries is about to collapse in slow motion. Ideological coherence is melting, and we see polarization, cultural wars, and so on. And this also contributes to the crisis of the very concept of truth. Whom can we trust? Trust in media and politics is plummeting, as you all know. The crisis of truth, however, predates the AI debate, and I will come back to that later. So we are in trouble, and we are in a transition phase, and nobody knows where all this headed. Now, all of the things I mentioned have a major technological component. The eco-crisis, of course, is caused by fossil fuels, but not only by fossil fuels. It's the extractive model in total, the industrial growth model over development. Many geologists have talked about the Anthropocene, the age of man or humans, but this notion has been challenged by the concept of Capitalocene, which claims that it's not humans as such who have caused this situation, but a certain social organization called capitalism. Now, the social divide as well has a technological component. The rift between those who own technologies and the rest of us is growing all the time. 7 of the 10 richest people I mentioned are tech billionaires, and these tech billionaires have doubled their fortune in the pandemic. So the gap is growing. Also, the crisis of truth is related to technology, media systems, including traditional media, social media, and AI. So we face severe social and technological choices, and we need informed debates. And in order to have a rational debate, we must first of all deconstruct the myth that there's no choice. And a version of that myth goes like that. The development of technology follows a quasi-natural path driven by innocent human curiosity and inventiveness. The one and only direction of that path is called progress. What can be done will be done. Now, what I want to show in this lecture is that technological choices are rather dependent on power structures, property relations, economic and military interests, and of course ideologies. And this also means if we want to change course and avert collapse, we have to change not only this or that technology, but our social systems, including power relations, property relations, key institutions, and mindsets. Now, at any given moment, people invent stuff. We are creative species. The question is, in which inventions are developed further, promoted, and put to large-scale use? And this, of course, is dependent on social systems and power relations, and I will give just a few general examples of this. One is the steam engine. Well, the steam engine has been invented 2,000 years ago by a guy called Hieron of Alexandria. Now, in the social system of those days, it was not very much of any use because it was not a growth society. At the end of the 18th century, with full-fledged capitalism, the situation was quite different. The system already hit limits to growth. There was a shortage in energy, especially wood shortage for smelting in Britain, which was crucial for British military and so on. Prices went up, and they had to come up with a new energy source, which was known for a long time, coal. So it depended on the social structure, whether this technology was used or not. Another example is the transport sector. In the 1920s and 30s, we had two competing concepts of transport. One was public transport, and the other was the car. Now, some car companies like GM and Standard Oil and Firestone and so on bought up rail systems across the US in 45 cities, including New York City and Los Angeles. And what did they do with this? Did they run public transport infrastructures? No, they didn't. They destroyed this infrastructure to build roads and highways. So that's the result of what happened. We see public transport being crushed, and that's the end state of US transport now, and an addiction to fossil fuel infrastructures. And that is also very instructive for our situation today. Now let's come back to information technologies and the question of who owns the truth. Let's go back to 5,000 years ago where the trouble began. In those days, writing was invented. Now, what was writing used for? Was it used for poetry or rational debate? No, it was first of all used as a logistical tool to organize trade and slavery. We have seen in those days the first city-states, highly militarized, the first class formation in history, societies based on centralized power. And of course, they needed bureaucracies and writing. Now, in the 3rd and 2nd millennia BC, this tool was also used to propagate the ideologies of the upper classes, their view, their thoughts about the universe. And if you have writing, you have more power to propagate their views. However, later on, the 1st millennia BC, writing was also used as a measure of counterpower. For example, by the early prophets who criticized kings' property relations and the abuse of power. And that means there is a dialectics of technology. It tends to be used in the first place very much by the powers that be, but it could be turned around and used as a counterpower. Now, something similar, I skipped an image. This is the first image of slaves that we have from 3200 BC, when writing was invented. Now, something similar happened with the printing machine in early modernity. What were the most widespread printed text in the 16th and 17th century of early capitalism? Well, it was not text on rational debate. It was major religious propaganda. Like, for example, the Hammer of the Witches with about 300,000 copies sold. And what that means is that the question with technology is always who owns the technology, who has the money and infrastructure to use and to control it. I think maybe we could use a different microphone because there's always this kind of feedback. Should we use the other mic? Okay, does it work? Okay, I think it's better, isn't it? Now, things changed dramatically. In the 18th century, printing got much cheaper and widely distributed. An educated middle class and a culture of debate emerged. Printing was used as a counterpower, which contributed to the French Revolution and other revolutions of the 19th century. Now, again, things changed in the 1870s when the rotary printing press was invented. The problem was it was very expensive and only very rich people or corporations could use that technology, and that led to a process of monopolization of the press with the great press moguls of the times like William Hearst emerging. William Hearst was the model for the famous film Citizen Kane by Orson Welles, and in Britain it was Harold Harmsworth. In Germany it was Alfred Hugenberg, who owned half of the German press and contributed massively to the rise of the Nazis. Now, these people had the power to manipulate public opinion in favor of their interests of private capital, and they also spread a quasi-religious propaganda for nationalism to distract workers from the struggle, from the class struggle, and to mobilize for World War I and World War II. Now, around 1920, the system faced a major problem. After centuries of struggle, people in the West had achieved universal and equal suffrage, voting rights for everyone, and that posed a problem because the elites were very much afraid that people would vote out them and the system out of existence. Now, at that time, theories about what was later called a guided democracy emerged. One of the major proponents was Walter Lippmann, the first director of the Council on Foreign Relations, major intellectual, liberal intellectual of the time. He published a book called Public Opinion. And what he said is that humanity is in a way divided into two classes. The upper 20%, let's say, who know how the system works and who are intelligent and knowledgeable, and the other 80%, the bewildered herd, as he called them, who don't know how politics and economics work and who must be guided. And that means public opinion has to be shaped to keep the system running. Edward Bernays, the inventor of public relation, had similar theories in the same time. Now, this was the basis of property relations in the press and this ideology for the mass media in the 20th century, I have to skip a lot of things because there were important challenges to that system in the 20th century: radio and television, the golden age of journalism, the upheavals of the 60s and 70s. But at the end of the 20th century, property relations in the media were about the same as earlier in the century. Now, the internet changed, of course, things dramatically. At the beginning, it was, as you all know, a decentralized structure which challenged established corporate and state media. But then later on, it was privatized, turned into proprietary products, and today it's dominated by the monopolies of big tech in close collaboration sometimes with governments. And AI, of course, contributes very much to that concentration of power with big tech. Now, when we talk about AI, we first have to talk about the mythology surrounding AI. When we hear about notions like singularity, disruption, and so on, AI will be smarter than humans, we have, first of all, to understand that artificial intelligence, in a way, is a misnomer. Machines neither understand nor think. As the philosopher John Searle once pointed out, rightfully, I think, they are syntactic machines. That means they process science without understanding their meaning. Now, this mythology is used, in fact, by Silicon Valley and others to distract from what is really happening with AI. You will hear a lot about this in this session, I think. Of course, the manipulation of public discourse by opaque algorithms. Although AI doesn't understand anything, it can seriously distort our understanding of reality. Geoffrey Hinton, sometimes called the godfather of AI, said after quitting Google, people will not be able, I quote, people will not be able to know what is true anymore. Now, this is very much empowered by micro-targeting with AI chatbots and so on. This is a new quality of manipulation, especially when people don't know that they are targeted. But we have to face the fact also that the crisis of truth has not started with AI. Just one thing that you all know, the New York Times in 2003 claimed that Iraq was possessing weapons of mass destruction. And this story, this fake news story, contributed to the war with 1 million dead. So it's sometimes also major media which spread fake news. It's not AI only. It's not good, bad AI, whether it's good media. Nor the other way around. AI also is, according to Naomi Klein, maybe the biggest theft in human history. It's a gigantic privatization of the work of billions of people and of public knowledge to train proprietary products without consent or permission. AI, of course, is powering surveillance technology. There's lots of military use, drones, autonomous weapons, and so on. But I want to highlight a different aspect that is rarely talked about, and that's the ecological and climate impact. Digital technologies are the fastest growing energy consumer in the world. They have exponential growth with about 6% per year. That means they double their energy consumption in 12 years, a tenfold increase in 40 years. And if we go on like that, it would be the equivalent of today's energy consumption in 58 years. It's clear that we cannot go on that track on a limited planet. Now, Silicon Valley claims that AI will help us to save the climate, make more rational choices, and so on. But indeed, what many of the CEOs of those companies are doing is preparing for the worst. Sam Altman, for example, the CEO of OpenAI, remarked in 2016, I quote, "I have guns, gold, potassium iodide, antibiotics, batteries, water, gas masks from the Israeli Defense Force and a big patch of land in Big Sur I can fly to," unquote. So that's the mindset of some of these big tech moguls. Now, having said that, I think that digital technologies and AI can certainly play a role in an ecological transition. We need, for example, smart electricity grids and so on. But, it's a great but under the current economic framework, they will likely have more destructive consequences than benefits. Now, that means we have to change the framework. So what can we do about all of this? How to address the challenges of the crisis of life on Earth, of extreme inequality, and of the manipulation of public opinion. We have to address all of them at the same time. Now, the first thing I think we have to do is becoming able to make choices. And that means to demystify technology. It is not a quasi-autonomous subject. It is designed by people who have interest, and it can be changed. It's also about organizing democratic processes of public information on choices about technological developments. Now, what I want to propose is just some guidelines for such a discussion. You might have other guidelines. I propose 4 guidelines. One is saving the planet, which means drastically reducing our consumption of raw materials, energy, water, and land. This is a must. It's a do or die. If we don't do that, no civilization. The other is, second one, advancing social justice. That means reducing income and wealth gaps. Very simple proposition. Then enhancing human well-being and health. And fourth, enabling well-informed public debates on these issues, undistorted by power structures and vested interests. Now, the key question here is, which technologies, which property structures, and which decision-making processes could help to bring all this about? And I would like to highlight only 2 aspects of this. One is property and ownership, which is also the motto of this conference. Let's go back to the rotary printing press. When you introduce tools which can be used for mass propaganda, then it's not very wise to leave that control over such means in the hands of a tiny elite. We shouldn't do that. And the same is true for Silicon Valley today. So I think we finally need to break up big tech companies. We have to come up with concepts for public ownership of key digital infrastructures. The artistic director of the Ars Electronica, Gottfried Stocker, referred to this as digital socialism. And that also means transparent algorithms. And I think also lots of regulations like a ban on AI chatbots and things like that. We also have to think about changing the business models of tech companies. Digital tools should not be designed as addictive drugs as they are right now. I mean, the business model is to keep people hooked on Facebook or whatever to make more money. This shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't design addictive drugs digitally for profit seeking. Now, the second point I want to make is quantity. I talked about the limits to growth. We live on a limited planet. We have overshot its boundaries by far already. So we have to ask a very fundamental question. What do we really need in order to allow all humans and other species to live a decent life now and in the future? Now, this means we have to make choices. Where to employ raw materials, energy, work, creativity, and money. We cannot have everything at the same time. That's a very anthropocentric, egocentric, and childish idea. However, that's hard to accept for the hubris embedded in our culture and our economic system that depends on eternal growth. So the whole thing is about system change, of course. So in order to do that, to make these choices, we have to manage 2 things at the same time. One is the redistribution of wealth, and the other is the concept of sufficiency. How much do we need to have a decent life? So as for the social ecological transition in general, there are many proposals. I only cite the proposal for Global Green New Deal by Robert Pollin and Noam Chomsky, which costs about 5% of global GDP. It's sort of doable. It's financed by taxing the rich and by demilitarization. And for this kind of transition, of course, ownership again is key. Let's take the energy sector. If we have decentralized renewable energies owned by the public or by cooperatives, they can produce energy with renewables for the needs of the people. They don't have to grow. They don't have to sell more energy, which a capitalist enterprise should do. So they are very much able to fit into the concept of sufficiency. We need, of course, public transport instead of private cars and all of that. But we have to talk about something as well, which has sometimes been named digital sufficiency. The digital sphere is no exception from the limits to growth. and from the idea of sufficiency. So we have to ask, what do we really need for the well-being of ourselves and the planet? And that means also some sort of restrictions to digitalization. We need a concept of basic digital services for all, prioritized by social and ecological criteria. So we have to ask, do we really need 4K movies on our smartphones and self-driving cars? I think they are utterly pointless in a way, and we should focus on what people really need. So to sum it up, AI can play a probably modest role in steering us into a livable future, but only under very different economic and political conditions, and that means we should engage in changing our fundamental institutions of this civilization. So thank you very much, and well, we have no Q&A session, but thank you for listening anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fabian Scheidler. That was really super good. I was making some pictures, some charts where like, right, pollution is the highest curve. Thank you very much. So this is a great preparation for the day because it maps really the realities that we have today. And I want to go on, as we are promising you some interactive session about misinformation. So for those of you who are interested in testing themselves, their skepticity, their naivety to information, we're going to have the misinformation test. So how does this work? Let me drive you through what's going to happen now. Is this... oh, yeah, it's coming in a second. Don't worry at all. We're going to have you covered. So we want, this is the goal of this little test, to understand how susceptibility and misinformation are actually related to, I mean, like, the way you apprehend the information. Are you over-skeptical? Are you actually over-naive? And how does that exactly work? And it's really interesting because we decided to take a study that the Department of Psychology of the University of Cambridge did. And I thank here Dr. Raquel Martins, who is agreeing with us to do this test with you together today. And as said, the goal is clear. We wanted to measure misinformation susceptibility with a new measurement tool. So this works like this. Again, we have a QR code. You can take this QR code. First, you will be asked that you are sending your data to the devil. No, you're not. Don't worry. Everything will be anonymous. It is something which is an academic stuff, so they're not going to sell your data. And you will be first led to a first page. You have to agree and say that, yes, you are going to do this, and etc. And then it will show you have two options. There is a missed 16 and a missed 20 test. You will take, please, the missed 20. You can also have it with a bit.ly here, 20, missed 20, because we want to have 20 questions. You are an advanced audience, I guess, so we can do this with 20 questions, right? Good. After this, we're going to see, I'm going to tell you this later. Let's go and do the test. I give you now 3 to 4 minutes to go through the 20 questions. Don't overthink it. Just say, it's fake, it's real, it's fake, it's real, it's not fake, I believe in it, I don't believe in it. Do your thing, I'll leave you in peace for 4 minutes, and then I will come back to you and tell you about it. You have to know, normally, you don't have the answers to this test. But we looked for the answers for you. So, I'll let you do the test. Everybody's on it. You have the QR code. Clear relationship between eye color and intelligence. Yes or no? Who says yes? You're right. Next one, the government is manipulating the public perception of genetic engineering in order to make people more accepting of such techniques. Right or wrong? So, who says right? Come on. Okay. Who says wrong? The rest, obviously, but I want to see the volume of hands in front of me. It's fake. Next one. Morocco's king appoints committee chief to fight poverty and inequality. Who says it's right? It's right? Okay. Who says it's wrong? What about the others? What are you doing? It is right or wrong. Okay, fake or real, okay. Okay, sorry. Fake or real? Okay, let me. Wait. You're absolutely right. Thank you for correcting me. I'm not a native speaker. Anyway, okay, so it's real. Next one. US support for legal marijuana steady in past year. Real? Who says wrong? Sorry, fake. No, it's real. Next one. Certain vaccines are loaded with dangerous chemicals and toxins. Who says it's fake? Who says it's real? It's fake. Next one, global warming age gap. Younger Americans most worried. Real? Real? Okay. Fake? 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 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, well, no, it's real. Next one. Do you have enough time to reflect this? I'm not too hurrying, it's fine. You're following me? All good? Good, let's go on. Republicans divided in views of Trump's conduct. Democrats are broadly critical. Real or fake? Who is for real? Who is for fake? Yeah. Next. The corporate media is controlled by the military-industrial complex. The major oil companies own the media and control their agenda. Who says it's real? Huh. No. I don't need to ask the rest. No, okay, good. Next one. Government officials have manipulated stock prices to hide scandals. Anyone for real? Yes, okay. We have a couple of skeptical people. That's fake. Next one. 1 in 3 worldwide lack confidence in non-governmental organizations. 1 in 3 lack confidence. Real? Real? Yeah? Real? Okay. Who is for fake? It's real. Next time, attitudes towards EU are largely positive, both within Europe and outside it. Who is for real? It is real, and you are too few of you here. Yeah. Next, Democrats more supportive, than Republican of federal spending for scientific research. Who is for real? Not more than that? Really? That's real. Next one, we are approaching. The government is knowingly spreading disease through the airwaves and food supply. Who is for real? Okay, you trust your governments? That's good because it's fake in that case. Then, international relations experts and US public agree America is less respected globally. Who is for real? Less respected globally than before. Yes, but you're true. I mean, we have only part of questions. It is headlines. I will tell you more about what the questions are afterwards. Hyatt will remove small bottles from hotel bathrooms. Real. Yeah, I mean, that's a no-brainer, so I'm not going to ask for those who wanted to have it fake. Next one. Reflecting a demographic shift, 109 US counties have become majority non-white since 2000. Real? Who is for real? I don't think it's half of it. And who is for a fake? The rest, who doesn't know? Show me, please. Yeah. It's real. Ebola virus caused by US nuclear weapons testing. New study says. Who is for fake? Okay, good. Next, that's a tricky one. Government officials have illegally manipulated the weather to cause devastating storms. Who believes this? Anyone? Good. Next, new study, left-wingers are more likely to lie to get a higher salary. I did invent this, I promise, okay? So, who is for real? But there is 1, 2, 3. No. Did you do it on purpose? To make some animation here. Okay, next one. Left-wing, let's start left-wing. Left-wing extremism causes more damage to the world than terrorism, says UN report. What is real here? Is it real? Who believes in real? Anyone? Good. It's fake. Next one. Oops, no, that's it. That's the last question. So, sorry, I have to jump back to the things because we had this little technical problem. So you can take the thing. The interesting thing of this test is, as we were preparing this together with Anna and Melissa from my team, is that when you do the test, you don't get the answer. So you don't know where you have been right or wrong. You have to research it, so to speak. So we did that for you. So the interesting thing which is tested here is actually the distinction between real news and fake news, your veracity discernment. It's about your ability to, well, correctly identify the news as such. And it is also giving a scala, because there is a test within it to be able to check, do you tend to be overly skeptical and say no, 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 and whatever to everything? Or do you tend to be overly naive and say, yes, 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 this is true? So it has also a way to detect and to check your own, say, tendency towards skepticism or gullibility. The fake news were generated by GPT-2, inspired by existing misinformation, so it's not completely crazy stuff. It is something which has some sort of a relation of something which happened. The actual news are from highly factual and unbiased sources, which have been really fact-checked. Interestingly, the ones who had the better results were the participants aged 65 and more than the younger ones. This is quite understandable. Those with more consumption of recreational internet use were actually doing less good than those with 9 hours or were doing better than those with more than 9 hours recreational use of internet, so those not really reading the fact-checked, unbiased media, the legally sources also, and Democrats better than Republicans. I'm not going to comment on that one. The last thing, and I'm really sorry that I have to jump in this conversation here from one thing to another, the main takeaway here is basically to be an actively open-minded, thinking person. It's the best predictor for misinformation resilience. Plus, I mean, this is a very nice equation of intellectual humility, openness to opposing viewpoints and different perspectives, and willingness and ability to update your own beliefs based on new information. So I think it's a very nice equation to start also the day on misinformation. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. And we are actually 30 seconds too late, but I think it was worth it, right? I hope you really enjoyed that one. You can do the test again. If you made a picture of the QR code, you might come back to it, or otherwise you can also, you just Google misinformation test and you will be back there and you can do it again if you like, with all the questions, or yeah, tell a little bit more about the questions. Okay, good. So now it is really my really great, I mean, oh no, when you're a moderator, you say it's my great pleasure to blah, blah, blah introduce. I mean it. And I mean it deeply. It really, she's one of the most brilliant people She has been appointed one of the 3 researchers invited to discuss AI and the impact of its on society with a group of scientists and of engineers appointed by the President Joe Biden. She's a professor in the Department of Government and the director of the Tech Policy Institute in the Cornell Brooks School of Public Policy. She's the author of books, of articles. You will read her in the New York Times, in the BBC, in Financial Times, CNBC, CNN, everywhere. And it's Dr. Sarah Krebs, and she will talk about the promise and perils. I would like to have promises. I don't know why we don't have an S on promises. Promise and perils of AI-mediated political communication. So, Dr. Sarah Krebs, yes, please. The stage is yours, and really, you have 30 minutes, I think, to tell us more about this super important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And I'll try to be optimistic, even though there's just a promise instead of promises. Hopefully there are promises of AI. So it's a real pleasure to be here. And the last couple of sessions were great for teeing up what I'm going to say. And in fact, the quiz you just took is along the lines of some of the research I've done as well, assessing whether people can really tell the difference. And people, I mean people like us, readers, but also our elected officials. So I'm going to start, and actually as I was walking in, I saw something that said something like, fake is as old as the Eden tree. Did anyone see this? And so one of the questions I always get asked is, well, we've had propaganda before. And so I've thought a lot about this. Is there anything new about AI-generated misinformation? So, I grant that we've had misinformation and propaganda for thousands of years. We've had artificial intelligence as well, various forms. We've had recommender systems that we have inadvertently been using for years. So that's not really new either. We also know, and this is the most recent version of these kind of spamouflage social media campaigns. This one is actually from last week, that Meta revealed that they had found one of these kind of spamouflage campaigns where foreign actors, in this case China, were essentially spamming this Medium, or through a Medium account, and essentially kind of generating content to influence public opinion. So Meta cites that there were numerous spelling and grammatical mistakes, and the indicator that there was an auto-translation happening from Chinese without proofreading. So we've had all that. What worries me, and this is the perils part, I'm starting with the perils and then I'll end with promise, is that, and the US, and this kind of got me started working on this topic several years ago. So my research is generally on emerging technologies and national security. So in 2016, the US presidential election had foreign electoral interference. And the report that came out of this, I think, really foreshadowed some of where we are today. So the idea was that bad actors had and will continue to weaponize misinformation and try to erode public confidence in our institutions, but that their methods would only get more sophisticated. And then several years later, this is the US National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who said, and I included the whole quote here because I think it's all very telling. We seem to take for granted that our technological advances were permanent and invincible. If democracies don't turn back that tide, the digital revolution will grow darker, especially with the proliferation of autonomous disinformation. So the peril part of this is the convergence of all of these things together, the propaganda techniques, the AI, and the interest of different actors in trying to manipulate public opinion. So against that backdrop, we have generative AI. And it seemed appropriate to ask generative AI to tell me what generative AI is. But I think we're all fairly familiar with it. We just heard about a GPT-2 generated misinformation and fake headlines. So generative AI, though, which I think we've seen most kind of embodied with ChatGPT, refers to a subset of artificial intelligence techniques that are designed to create new data samples that resemble the existing data set. So it's based on algorithms that if, for example, you have these first 4 words, can you please come? There's a statistical algorithm that says that in 94% of cases, the next word will be here. And so that's kind of how it works. And these techniques, these algorithms have become even more sophisticated. So when I started working on it in 2018 and 19, it was then the big systems were GPT-2. We're now at orders of magnitude more sophisticated. And so the concern from a societal and democratic standpoint is that we live in an open society, and there's a lot that's good about that. But what we also know, and again, kind of thinking about not just several years ago with the election, but just in general, we have policies that people want to make sense of. They go and they vote on them, and they want to understand them. And so they go into this marketplace of ideas. And back in the good old days, they would go to this marketplace of ideas and learn about the world and come out more informed. And so now what happens is they go into this very cacophonous media environment, and there's a possibility that, again, it's not a possibility, this is happening now, that different actors are essentially flooding our media ecosystem with misinformation or extremely kind of polarizing content, the idea being, in a kind of democratic context that, and a lot of our kind of Western societies are already polarized, to try to kind of fracture our society more. And so that's kind of the premise of it, but what really kind of motivated me from a research perspective is that that's kind of a theory. But if these systems, if these tools are not credible, then you can have all the theory in the world, but no kind of evidence that this actually works. So I have spent the last several years testing these kinds of sort of the effect of AI, mediated political communication on different, so people like us, but also elected officials. I think the last speaker had quoted Sam Altman, which is, I think, de rigueur to do, so I'm going to do that too. It's really interesting because this was about a month ago, and he says he's nervous about the impact AI is going to have on future elections as it gets more sophisticated and targeted. Now, he, of course, is the CEO of ChatGPT, so there's a bit of an irony here because they're very much on the leading edge of the same thing that seems to be concerning him. But again, this is what I've been working on for several years. So we've done some, and I'm going to just talk about some of the empirical evidence we have here. We've generated. So what I did several years ago was look at whether GPT-2 and 3 could basically write media stories that were credible to people like us. So we used GPT-2 and 3 to kind of write New York Times stories, and then later write stories that were kind of left-leaning and right-leaning. And what we found was that all of them, except what was then a very rudimentary model, were more convincing to people than a New York Times story. So when we asked people why, it was really interesting, and I saw evidence of this in the last little quiz we took. There was something about data in the headline. When we saw a headline that said something like 1 out of 3, or 106 counties, or majority white. And so what we found in our research was, and these are just snippets of what people say, but we see a lot of this evidence. People say the story had details. It was about an actual place. It seemed believable. It seemed well-researched. And so people have these cognitive shortcuts. When they read a story, they're kind of, I'm not saying they're lazy, but we're all sort of overwhelmed, and we're reading a story to see whether it seems plausible. So they look for data. The problem is these new tools, as if you've spent any time with them, are really good at furnishing data points very plausibly, very convincingly, but like they're totally wrong in some cases. So we have found that people, we're all very susceptible to that. So that's one thing, the public opinion environment, which is very important, of course, in a democracy. We all go and vote, so there's that side of the peril. One of the other things I'm increasingly concerned about are political elites. And since this research has been coming out, I've been talking to a lot of our elected leaders and their staff in Washington. And I commend them for being concerned about this, but I'm also very concerned because they have a lot on their plate, but they don't understand these technologies and they don't know what to do with them. And so we've been talking about, I've been talking to them about this question about what do we do about generative AI in the face of elections? Or what do we do? I was talking to some folks at the White House last week about public comment lines. So the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, will open a public comment line. And so what if, some like big oil company decides they're going to use ChatGPT to flood the comment line and say, yes, drilling in Alaska is great, or whatever your message is. What do we do with that? Because the government says we need to listen to our citizens. And so the question, and I'll talk about this in a few minutes, how do you, even if you're trying to detect real versus fake, if you're a government leader or you're a bureaucrat, if you think you have like a 70% chance of being right, that means you have a 30% chance of discounting a legitimate voter's concern or a legitimate citizen's concern. So what I did in this initial test a few years ago was to see whether members of Congress could tell the difference. And so I had some Cornell students write a bunch of advocacy letters. I used those to train GPT-3, and then I randomized and sent them to more than 7,000 legislators in the US. And then they wrote back to some, but not others. And basically they wrote back at the same rate. And the concern here, I think maybe is obvious, but I'll say it anyway, which is that you can again imagine a scenario of a kind of astroturfing campaign. Someone writes a bunch of letters making it seem like there's overwhelming support for a particular policy. And again, one of the ways that we've currently seen, whether it was kind of with the Russian influence campaign or this recent Chinese one, is that there are grammatical errors, or there's spelling errors, or there's redundancy, so you get the same message over and over. But the peril with these technologies is that there's no redundancy. You don't get the same message twice. You just keep hitting regenerate, and you get new content every time. So I think that's a concern. And so I don't want to just present perils. I'm also in the solutions business. I want to kind of think about what we can do about this. And some of what we can do, I think, engages with what we were just talking about. I also think there's a way in which some of these same, and we're exploring these, I say we, some of my research, but also technology firms are trying to understand whether the same neural networks that generate these algorithms, through the neural networks kind of, let's say, understand how these technologies work. And so if they understand how the technologies work, they might also understand then what the markers are of AI-generated content. And so this was actually from the New York Times a few weeks ago, some of these tools that take kind of an AI output. And there are certain words, again, I play around with ChatGPT quite a bit. And you can definitely see as you use it more and more that there are certain patterns, there's certain words that come up, phrases over and over. So that, I think, is on the neural network side, but that also, I think, speaks to the digital literacy side. If the neural network can understand that, presumably our neural networks can understand that as well, and we can train ourselves to know what to look for. These plugins, I think, are hit or miss. Again, one of the interesting, or I guess, problematic kind of philosophical questions that emerge from this, that again has come up in my conversations with policymakers, is if you have an 80% chance of being right. So we're testing systems in our Tech Policy Institute right now that are 80 or 90% accurate. So is that good enough in a democracy where we're supposed to be representing citizens? So if let's say you're right 80% of the time that it was AI generated, that means 20% of the time, Joe Smith from Alabama, who wrote a comment to the EPA, was marked and dismissed as an AI-generated content. So now you have taken Joe Smith's comment and put him in the rubbish bin. So how do we think about that? And I think those are big questions that have come up in the AI community for many years, but I think take on kind of a new twist in this kind of political context where we have to think about kind of, in a way, there's so many permutations of the trolley problem. And this is, again, kind of one of those, what are the values that we encode, not just in our algorithms, but in our political systems? Like, how do we think about that? And what are the concerns then? Okay, if you say, well, 80% isn't good enough because now we've thrown away 20% legitimate citizens, what if we say, well, now we're going to just accept everything? Well, that comes with a different set of risks, because now that means that we have the potential for influence campaigns, because now we have a company, let's say, with a vested interest in a certain outcome. This actually happened with 2017. The FCC, the the FCC Communications Commission, was opening the public comment line for about net neutrality. So it turned out that there was a particular, one of these groups that had a very definitive position on this, essentially spammed this open comments line. And again, from the AI perspective, we look at that and we say, well, how did they know that this was a spamouflage campaign? It's that something like 80% of the comments were redundant. So someone just like cut and paste into this comment line. So now with these technologies, all of the content looks different. So let me also talk about a few other kind of guardrails, because the guardrail is kind of the buzzword in AI responsibility right now. What are the guardrails that we can put in place? One of the things that these tech companies, OpenAI, which created ChatGPT, GPT-3, 4, and so on, they've been thinking a lot about this question of what content do we allow or not allow? So as a researcher who wants to think what kind of maliciously minded people might do with technology, I was curious, what are some of the limits of this? So this is my kind of nefarious question. How could ChatGPT be used to threaten nuclear command and control? So this was interesting. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. And I don't think it's because they don't know, because there's plenty of that content online. So here was kind of another one. If you go online, and you can easily piece together where US missile silos are. But OpenAI has elected not to have the repository of information to tell people in a chat where those locations are. So that's one move, is the self-regulation, is kind of thinking about what is being encoded into these algorithms. We think it's easy, or I should say it's easy to think just that these algorithms are 1 and 0s. But within those are a set of values as to what do we want those algorithms to express back to us. And so these are the sets of decisions that are being encoded as values into the algorithms. But there are huge numbers of other questions like that. I've, again, sort of politically minded and internationally minded, I've put in questions that are controversial. And there are some outputs that sort of surprise me. And I'm not going to get into, because those are very controversial. But it surprises me that they are taking a position on, let's say, the Ukraine war. That's just one example. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it's interesting because they aren't political scientists. They don't really understand these things, but they're having to take a position. And we need to think about that. They need to be thinking about that. One of the things that has happened, again, this is July, so the White House in the US, and I should say, by the way, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all approach to this. One of the things I think we're seeing a lot is that different countries, different regions will have different values that they want to impose onto their systems. I think the European Union is taking a more sort of cautious approach. And that, I think, reflects one set of values. The US, I think, is very different structurally and in all ways, because these are largely US companies. And so I think there's a greater permissiveness in that sense. So the White House has been working with these companies to try to enact voluntary safeguards. But one of the things, and I'm going to shift now for the last few minutes to the promise, which I promised that I would talk about, is I think there are good reasons to be concerned about the effect of AI on democracy. But I think if we, I worry about the fact that I don't think that it's totally reasonable to expect that we can just ban it all and expect that that's going to work. Because these are lines of code that people can write in a garage somewhere with a relatively capable computer. So that's sort of my prior, is that I don't, because I've worked on nuclear security and non-proliferation, I think these are different beasts. And so if we think that these systems are going to get out there, what are we going to do about it? And I think this could be an upside, which is the fundamental sort of essence that we're going for here is that the connection between citizens and their institutions, citizens and their policymakers, elected officials. So how do we get to that? And one way that these policymakers can think about it is, even in settings like this, maybe it's not about just what's coming in on your inbound email. Maybe go out and talk to people, go to town halls, hear what actual people have to say about the issue. And so this issue, the concern that had come up with this office in the White House last week was, what about the EPA and how are they really going to understand what people think about these issues, in these comment lines? And I said, why don't you go out and talk to people? Because you can't regenerate, over and over individual people. We are the people, we have thoughts. So one, if this were kind of implemented, I think this would be a great advance for democracy, is to just get these policymakers off their phone, away from their computers, and actually talk to citizens. I don't know if we're all time constrained, so maybe that won't happen. But I think that's the way to look at this, is sort of, okay, you have your comment lines, you have your emails, but triangulate with actual connection with citizens. So this is the real promise that I'm going to shift to for the end, which is, how can we think about, or are there ways to think, these are new technologies, and then this might actually have some advantages in the public interest. And I actually do think there are a number of ways that we can think about these technologies as empowering citizens, or empowering elected officials. And so again, one of the things that I've been doing is working with members of Congress. They say we receive thousands of emails, sometimes every week, but certainly every year. And if they're really trying to understand kind of what's coming through in their inbound, they have just, no way to do that in a systematic way. So there are ways to use AI to help organize and sort of summarize what that content is, so that they can better understand kind of the public mood, and so they can better represent and reflect that public mood. There may also be ways to use AI to detect inauthentic incoming emails. So again, if you're a public official, again, something that we've been developing is a tool that essentially scans these incoming emails, a little bit like a Gmail scan thing would, sort of spam filter would do, but for AI-generated content. But then these again, sort of private firms are doing this increasingly. There's a healthcare group I've been working with that is, doctors are overwhelmed with content. Again, this is a problem that many different sectors have. So how do you kind of alleviate the cognitive load of a very onerous information inundation all the time? So this kind of clever summary can help, again, members of Congress or anyone else. This, I think, is very much kind of like frontier and may or may not be a good solution. But to help in a kind of a Google Smart Compose way, help respond and personalize content, what I would say there is that a lot of people don't feel heard. And one of the ways that people get disaffected from the political process is that they don't feel heard. So this might be one way to think about it. I would say more generally, and this is not in my slides because it's something that I've been working on for the last week, well, before that, but I'm working on some research and some content for a democracy group that's DC-based about how in the global south, some of these tools might be used to provide better access to people or better engagement with their democratic institutions. So I think in some ways, that's an underappreciated aspect of this too, is that government bureaucracies are complicated. And people, might say, or people might have access to certain government institutions, but they don't know it or they don't understand it. Medicaid in the United States, so much paperwork. Could you have, you could have, I should say it that way, these systems that allow you to, provide better access and kind of address the unequal access sort of digital divide problem, not just within societies, but across societies. So I think that's a real promise. But I would just close here with some conclusions. And I'm very concerned about what these new tools, what generated AI means for democracy. I don't think Sam Altman is wrong in this case. I think he's absolutely right that we need to be concerned about the use of these tools to micro-target individuals and influence public opinion. And the concern here that I have is that it's not that they believe everything they're reading, it's that they might just decide they don't believe anything. And that finding about people who spend more than 9 hours online are worse at this is absolutely consistent with my work too. We find that people who are social media savvy are the worst at this. They just don't, they're not, because everything is kind of fake and wrong and nihilist in their cognitive view. So I think that is a concern, is that inundation leads to you're just like, it's all bad, it's all fake, I'm not gonna believe it. But we need to work on not kind of jettisoning the whole thing, because there are ways to think about using these technologies for the public good. So I will end on that optimistic note. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't go too far. Stay in this first row as you're coming back in a second to the panel. Thank you so much. That was great. So yes, probably models are the information sources of the future. There is really an interdependency. Democracy and public discourse are mutually dependent, definitely, and this will determine the quality of the information that we will have. So these models and the information sources sit at the levers of these, the ones who sit at the levers of these models will have a huge impact on the content we get, and this will impact democracy. So I'm really glad that we're going to continue this discussion, so to speak, of this research, so to speak, at this conference today, with a professor of civil law with numerous academic positions. He's an expert at the Ministry of Justice here for legislative procedures. He's an Austrian representative at the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. So I'm really very happy that he's going to talk about the future of democracy to give us a further introduction before we move on to the panel with further guests about the generated public opinion. Please, I welcome on stage Dr. Meinhard Lucas. Thank you.
So the program promised you a break, but I'm happy to start right now. And I ask you a very simple question. Do you know the guys on this slide? The left one is Rupert Murdoch, and the other ones you should know. It's, of course, Mark Zuckerberg and Sam Altman. And these faces stand for tipping points in the public sphere. And the public sphere is not less than the area where deliberative democracy takes place. And just to go back to the slide, the face of Rupert Murdoch, or Rupert Murdoch itself, stands, as others, for the concentration in mass media, especially for the concentration in electronic mass media. Zuckerberg, of course, for the rise of social media, for the empowerment of all of us to be an author, to be even a journalist, but also for the empowerment to abuse this position. And Sam Altman, of course, for the public breakthrough of generative AI. And this generative AI is regarded as an intellectual revolution. Henry Kissinger, Eric Schmidt, and Daniel Huttenlocher are arguing that generative artificial intelligence presents a philosophical and practical challenge on a scale not experienced since the start of the Enlightenment. So let's go 25 years back and remember the visions of the pioneers of the public space in Internet.
Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather.
And so on, and so on, and so on. John Barry Barlow, his Davos Declaration, the Internet is a place of equal people. So this vision, of course, turned out more or less as an illusion. At the same time, Web 2.0 with its social platforms has created a completely new public space alongside the classical mass media. And the great German social scientist and philosopher Jürgen Habermas asked, with his more than 90 years dealing with social networks, the question, just as book printing has turned everyone into potential readers, digitalization is now turning everyone into potential authors. But how long did it take for everyone to learn to read? So the question Mr. Habermas is posing, have we learned to deal with social networks? And if we look at the status quo in a wide area, cyberspace or metaverse or the World Wide Web has developed into a digital oligopoly of the large tech corporations. The social conditions in cyberspace are a reminder of what we once called the natural status. So the power of the strongest. And that was the basis to develop the idea of social contract, the contrat social by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. And so it's quite obvious that we need something like a social contract for the digital space. We have not now. The status now is, if we are talking about sovereignty in the digital world, the real sovereigns are, of course, the big techs, because of their capital strength, because of the power of data they have. Think of the social media data, think of the cloud computing. Because of their superior digital infrastructure, because of their technological lead, because of their knowledge dominance, and of course, because of their technocratic attitude. Sarah referred to that. Think of the alignment of the answers of ChatGPT. We have seen some examples 5 minutes ago. What is the answer of the wonderful European Union? The answer in most cases is editing a new law, preparing an AI Act, referring with that AI Act to the challenges of artificial intelligence. And what is the answer to the answer of the big techs? Just on this slide. OpenAI lobbied the EU to water down AI regulation. So there was a big influence on the current level of EU regulation, of the current draft of EU regulation. And what is the reason? Because the knowledge is not in the European Commission. The knowledge is at the big techs. It's a little bit difficult to regulate something what is a black box for you. As you know, transparency, for instance, at ChatGPT decreased. There was some transparency at the level of GPT-2. There was less transparency at the level of GPT-3. And there is nearly no transparency of the level of GPT-4. We don't know what is in the corpus. What is the training corpus? And when we talk about the impact, at least of social media, on the public opinion, which is so important for democratic decision, just a very new figure. Look at the right side. It's from Bitkom. It's the Bitkom survey of Germany 2023. That's an assembly of German tech companies. And 50% of the adults under 30 are saying, without social networks, I often wouldn't know what's happening in the world. And when you don't know what's happening in the world, it's a little bit difficult to decide in democratic processes. So that's obvious what the influence is. And that's at least the influence of social media. So the question, of course, now is, what is the influence of the new generative AI models? And the question arises is, of course, are ChatGPT and co. reliable sources of information for the public? And the answer, of course, is obviously not. But the second question is, are they regarded as information sources? The answer would more be probably yes. But the most important question is, are they used as information sources? And the answer is, of course, yes, as social media is used as information source. So just take 1 minute to look at how these machines work. The answer, there are no reliable sources for information is because they are just probability models. They are just predicting the next word when you ask them something, if you make a context. And the question is, how much is the probability to get the right answer? But the answer you get depends on two very important conditions. First, the training data, and therefore it would be so important that you have transparency of the training data, which you have not. And the second influence is the algorithm, the language model itself. And the third one is you as a user, the prompt you make, the way you ask these machines. This slide is from Günter Klamber, a wonderful colleague of our AI area at Johannes Kepler University. And this leads to somewhat summarized already. The question, who decides the answer, the influence on the answers? And that are, of course, the operators. And there was, several months ago, a very interesting article in Time magazine from two perspectives, from a social perspective, but even from a democratic perspective. Time magazine found out that OpenAI used hundreds of Kenyan workers to fine-train OpenAI model. But what was the purpose for the training? I'm not referring to the social aspect of that, but what was the purpose? To avoid toxic content. If you prompt something, OpenAI is caring for you, that you are not confronted with a toxic content. So they behave as the gatekeeper of toxicity, but then they are the gatekeeper of information, obviously. I just want to draw your attention, I cannot summarize this, to a very important scientific article written by Microsoft scientists. And these Microsoft scientists have influence on the work of OpenAI because, as you know, for more than 1 year, there's enormous influence from Microsoft on OpenAI. And this paper also deals with the societal influences and all the danger going out of these models. And it's done by the developer of these models. So when they are talking about critical societal influence, one can trust. The only question is are these the only societal influences? So I come to my summary, and this leads me to say that AI-driven next word prediction, so the method of ChatGPT and other sources, will increasingly replace encyclopedic knowledge and redacted information. AI-driven probability models are inevitably the information sources of the future. Those who sit at the levels of these models will decide the content of the information in the future. This will change democracy. Tendencies toward the technocracy, and I told you already, they are caring for us. They are looking for no toxic content, are casting their shadows ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad we skipped the break so that you had more time for your conclusion. So that's really great. So I'm really glad to gather the speakers we had just before here. Sarah, please come back on stage. Claudia, are you here so that I know where you can come from to join us? Claudia, yes, great. And then is Audrey online? And then I will present my wonderful panelists in a second. I'm going to sit on this one. Claudia, please, central stage. Let me give you a microphone yourself. This is democratic discourse here on stage. Thank you. I think I will be glad also. Thank you very much. You have water, wonderful. Just want to check. Audrey, you're here with us. This is wonderful. Dear tech team, you are wonderful. Can you give me Audrey on the monitor, please? That would be fantastic. On my monitor, if it's possible, only mine. If not, I will make it happen, no worries at all. Okay, so I already presented you to Sarah Krebs, Dr. Sarah Krebs, and Meinhard Lucas, Dr. Meinhard Lucas, with all the titles. And let me introduce you to our two next speakers who are joining us right now. First of all, it is Audrey Tang here. Audrey, all the way from Taiwan, but in remote mode. Audrey is Taiwan's digital minister in charge of the Ministry of Digital Affairs, the MODA. She has a fantastic background in the public sector. She served on Taiwan National Development Council Open Data Committee. In the private sector, she has worked as a consultant with Apple on computational linguistics. In the social sector, she also actively contributes to what we call Government Zero, a vibrant community focusing on creating tools for the civil society. So I think it is something which is really important for the discourse that we have today, with the call to fork the government. I love that. Audrey, thank you. I'm glad to have you back on a session here again. And then join us in real life, Claudia Schwallis. She is the founder and CEO of Democracy Next, which is an international non-profit, non-partisan research and action institute with a mission to shift political and legislative power to people, to empower, basically, citizens' assemblies. So I think this is also an angle that we really need to have. She served as the Innovative Citizen Participation Lead at the OECD. She analyzed an evidence base of around 600 examples of deliberative assemblies around the world. And she's an Obama Leader Europe 2023 candidate. So I would say we have an excellent panel here. I'm going to turn a little bit more to you. It's difficult with this arena, right? I mean, even if I don't look at you, be sure I think of you when we talk here. But I need to have a look at Audrey here, so that's wonderful. So let us start with a warming up question for everyone. And first of all, I would like to know what for each of you, so I give you 1 minute each to go straight to the point, and you see that I'm a CTO here all the time. What are the 3 main challenges you see related to the development of ethical guidelines for AI, related to the future of democracy? So what are the 3 challenges that you see coming up related to AI towards democracy? And I would like to start with maybe Audrey, because you are here. I want to make sure you're very present here with us. Please.
Okay, assuming you can hear me, thank you for this great question. I think the transparency issue is the main issue I'm worried about. Supposedly, assistive technology like assistive intelligence or AI should work like my eyeglass, which is transparent, and I can align it myself. I shouldn't be required to send everything I see to some remote cloud processor for it to zoom in the image and send back to my retina, therefore surveilling everything I see. But that is what we are seeing in many uses of so-called AI, which turns it into authoritarian intelligence. So something that returns the power to control to the person being assisted, the dignity of the person, that ensures the transparency. That is the most important problem I'm focusing now. And extending it a little bit, how about a community, a small community, maybe running a edge AI that serves their community's language, their norms, and so on. It should be a common resource that can be aligned simply by a democratic deliberation by those people, so community alignment. And finally, how can we interconnect those community alignments and norms in a way that preserves privacy, but that also looks at the emerging harms and redress them across the globe at the global scale? That is the 3rd problem I'm working on.
Thank you very much. Now I'm turning to you, Claudia, as our new guest in this round. Where do you see the 3 main challenges from your end?
Yeah.
To make sure.
Can you hear me now? No.
Yep. Hold on, sorry. Make sure. Is this red when it's on? No, it works.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes.
And it works. Okay. Sorry to be on the way. Oops.
Tech challenges.
Yes, thank you very much.
That's good. Yeah, so I mean, going in a similar direction. Ooh.
No, it works.
Now you're all awake. So in a similar direction to some of the things Audrey was saying, I think that one of the main central challenges actually around AI and democracy has to do with how are we governing AI technologies, and zooming out a bit to the bigger picture. And Audrey mentioned the community involvement and the need for democratic deliberation, and Meinhard made a reference to Habermas in his opening. And I think that at the moment, a lot of the propositions for what are we doing about the future of AI are being dealt with in either a quite technocratic and expert-driven discussion, or through a very kind of traditional, nation-state, global-level discussion. The EU's AI Act, propositions about a new UN agency, perhaps, etc. And I think we need to remember that these issues around AI are not just technical in nature. Obviously, there's a deep technical component to them, but actually they're very political and they relate to their societal implications, and therefore we need to have processes and systems and systematic change to how democracies function to make sure that citizens are actually at the heart of the decisions that are shaping the future of these technologies when it comes to the impacts that they're having on communities themselves. So I'll leave it there for an opening, and we can hopefully dive into what we mean by these things during the conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Sarah, I mean, you have been given us a couple of insights already, but I would like to give you also the opportunity to refocus on three main aspects that you might see.
Yeah, thank you. And it's interesting because I think in the AI community, we always come back to what feel like buzzwords: transparency, accountability, explainability. But I think it's because those words are important.
Yeah.
Like the transparency is really important. So I'm not going to rehash that. So maybe I'll focus on the accountability and explainability. And what I think that entails is actually a bigger philosophical question about what we mean by ethical AI. And, there is no one set of ethics that we can all agree on, I don't think. I mean, I think there are certain sort of natural rights that we could agree on, but I think so we can say transparency and accountability, but those don't really mean anything unless we've had a deeper conversation about kind of the set of values and the set of ethics that are embedded and encoded into these algorithms. And so I think in that sense, it's really important that the teams of researchers, and I think this is happening more than it would have 10 years ago in tech firms, are incorporating kind of interdisciplinary perspectives, getting philosophers into the conversation about how do we think about ethics, whose ethics, and how do we kind of adjudicate really difficult questions? Because from there, then, only once we've had those conversations can we even know what to do with ethical AI, and then, transparency and accountability. One other quick thing on accountability, though, is I want to second the comment about the decision makers, policy makers. This is really difficult technology, and it's a lot to ask that they would understand it, but I think that we need to kind of have these conversations about ethics that I think maybe policymakers can understand and bring that all together for that accountability.
It's interesting, just a quick note, because I attend a lot of conference. We curate a lot of conference together with my team, and I see a lot of AI and ethics on all possible stages of all conferences in the world these days. So do you think it's not discussed enough, or do you think it is discussed but it is not applied?
So I hear it discussed a lot as well, but it can often feel very circular. We're all saying the right words, but somehow we become almost an epistemic echo chamber. And I think that happens because maybe we all understand what ethics and accountability and transparency and explainability mean, but I almost think that a deeper conversation about those ethics is warranted.
Interesting. Thank you. Meinhard, you are the one in the round.
I can make it very short. I think there's three crucial points. First crucial point, who owns the data? Second crucial point, who owns the infrastructure with the models? And the third one, and for instance, one of the most important, is digital education. So to refer once again to the statement of Jürgen Habermas, have we already learned to deal with these digital instruments? And the basis for the learning is education, long life education.
Absolutely, we see these three levels indeed in the opacity which is happening. I would like to come back to the transparency, to what you were saying, Sarah, because I was reading in May, or seeing what you've been publishing also in May. You presented the research evaluating whether human-AI collaboration can increase legislator responsiveness, and the finding points you had in this was the importance of disclosure and transparency. So transparency is indeed a word that we've been seeing from Audrey up to everyone actually beyond. So. Why do we need transparency? Seems to be actually clear, but how can we get to more transparency actually? How can we ensure more transparency?
Right. So, and I think this is maybe in some ways self-evident that disclosure should be a thing. If you're using AI, again, I work in a political space. So if a legislator is using AI to help him or her craft messages, well, that should be disclosed. Sort of they owe it to us to disclose kind of what's going on under the hood. But I think, it can be helpful, I think, to kind of consider these questions in concrete cases, because we talk broadly about AI, but AI is so much, that I do think that we need kind of domain and sector specific conversations about these things. So an autonomous weapon, I think, is a very different conversation than an AI-generated email. And so I'll give a specific example. So we're entering an election cycle in the US, and so already we're seeing AI-generated campaign ads. So Google just said that they will require that political ads that used AI disclose that they used AI. And so I think those are steps in the right direction in a very concrete way to provide disclosure.
Great, you already took my next question. This is fantastic. I want to know from Audrey also your point of view, Audrey, about how to ensure transparency and or also the accountability in the algorithm, so to speak.
I think there is this myth that running the cutting-edge language models require the sort of supercomputing infrastructure. But in fact, my email reply drafts are running on this silly tavern interface in my laptop, and it performs already better than ChatGPT, and I do disclose it. And the idea that we need some other people's computer to run inferences, run those language models for us, is no more useful a illusion than, for example, we need somebody else's computer to do spreadsheets calculations for us, or to do speech recognitions for us. These are things that people generally understand that thank you, but my phone and laptop as an extension of my communication should be able to do it ourselves. And only when those capabilities are run closer to the people, to the edge part of personal computing, can it be truly accountable to the person. There is very little other way around other than some very advanced homomorphic encryption stuff, right? So the point I'm making is that what we are doing now in Taiwan, we already have a public servant guideline for the use of generative AI. We basically ban the use of personal data collection or processing using generative AI running on the cloud. We say if you want to do that, then do it on your laptop, making it an extension of your edge computer, and make sure it doesn't connect to the internet when it does that.
Mm-hmm. So talking about closer to the people and the political aspect that we are all mentioning here, I wanted to turn back to Claudia, because opacity of technology is one thing, but opacity of technology in a political context has an even greater impact probably on our democracies, obviously. So what's your take on this, Claudia? How do you see that? Is there any way to overcome opacity of tech in a political context? Isn't it the core of policy politics to be manipulative or hide stuff and impact stuff in a strategic way to plan towards the citizen?
I think the way you're describing the political system is part of what's the problem actually with how we're thinking of democracy and politics today, and reduced to the electoral context as well. I think that this issue of transparency is obviously important, but actually I kind of want to really stress this point about governance and even the governance decisions about transparency. Like, who is deciding what is transparent or not, even in the first place? Because you raised the earlier question about whether we're having lots of conversations around AI ethics, and I hear that a lot, but I hear less conversations around AI governance, where those questions about then who is accountable, who has authority for these decisions, who has agency, comes into it. And I actually think that agency, when it comes to everyday people as well, is one of the much deeper issues that we should be talking about in these discussions, because it's people's sense of agency that gives them also resilience to some of the issues around AI manipulation and being targeted in the election campaigns and otherwise. So I think that we need to find ways that people actually have agency in the decision-making around how AI even gets deployed and used and is transparent or not in certain situations. And I think maybe talking about some specific examples, because sometimes we're thinking about it at the global scale because these issues are global in nature, but there's so many decisions even at a local level related to this. Like, for example, I was recently living in Paris, where there's the Olympics next year, and there's been a decision made about being able to collect facial recognition data about everyone passing through the city during the Olympics because of security issues. But there was no public deliberation about this. There's no sunset clause about, does this end after? It's just going to be in place if there's nothing that gets changed. These are actually political questions. It's not a technical issue about AI. And I think we need to be introducing more systemic ways for people to actually be able to influence those kinds of decisions.
So, Meinhard, then who is accountable? Who has the agency in political decision-making then?
Let me stay 1 minute to the transparency issue, because I really think we must be very careful not to oversimplify the issue of transparency. From the perspective of a legal scholar, it's not only the law and the rules that are important, it's the way you execute the law. If a law applies that you can't execute, you can forget that law. So if we ask Sam Altman or Sunay Pichai or who else, if he is in favor of transparency, they would fully agree to be transparent. And even if they would make again transparent what is in the training corpus, are we in a position, is policy in a position, are judges in a position to challenge if that disclosure is true? If we are not in that position, we are talking about dreams and telling dreams to the people. And if you talk with high experts on that large language models, they are telling you that it's nearly impossible when the model is trained to find out what data is inside. So if we're steadily talking about transparency, we have to think over how to affect that transparency. And if we are talking about agents and consultants, for instance, of the Commission, I have some insights how the AI Act was established. So it was quite clear that the officials of the Commission, the experts of the Commission, was very happy that the scientists of OpenAI explained them how this model works, because they don't know. And how can you rule that models? How can you rule foundation models? Now the European Parliament is arguing that they have now a draft that is ruling that in the best way. But that is based on the information, of course, they got of the engineers.
That's interesting because we have Audrey here with us, and Audrey obviously is very knowledgeable about technology, so that's very practical to have someone like this in the government. But it's interesting, are existing policymakers on the whole, I mean, we're all coming here from different countries, right? So are existing policymakers, are they equipped at all with the right knowledge and frameworks? Is it, I mean, like, is it a general problem that no one in the political frameworks has any clue about technology, and they need to ask private big tech company to explain to them how it works? Well, okay, let me tell you, I don't know what they learn, but this is certainly biased in some way, right? But is it a general problem all over the world? And what are your observations? And then how can they then enact if they cannot understand? That's the question that you're asking. Is it a general problem, Sarah?
For sure. I mean, I think it's a high bar. I mentioned the nuclear analogy earlier, and it's like nuclear weapons or quantum physics. There are certain sort of engineering or technological concepts that are really complicated. And when it came to non-proliferation and arms control, in the US Senate, there was one guy who was kind of that, he made it that his thing to be knowledgeable on that. And I think in this space, I mean, if you talk to the actual engineers, they'll say they're not fully certain what's going on within these algorithms. They understand kind of that there's code and generally what goes into it. But I was talking to an engineer last week, and he said, I said, what do you, when engineers talk about not really understanding this technology, like how, if you can't understand it, how are the rest of us going to understand it? And what is the part that you don't quite understand? Because you're developing this, so how do you not understand how it's working? And what he said is that, you have these algorithms, but they can't know in any given circumstance the particularities of the output that's going to result. And so I think this is really complicated, but I don't think the answer is for policymakers just to throw up their hands and say, well, we're never going to get this anyway, so we might as well give up. I think it's just to continue these dialogues. Again, one of the buzzwords you hear a lot, public-private partnerships. Mm-hmm. But they are important because these policymakers, the public servants need to be in conversation with the private sector that's developing these technologies so that they can be informing each other.
Do we actually need new roles in our government? Like, in the creative industries, we have these creative technologists, the people like creative and artists and etc. And we have a lot of them here at Ars Electronica, understanding the technology, making the most to create. So do we need like political technology, so to speak? And I think, Meinhard, you want to answer immediately. He's jumping on his microphone, and then I will ask Audrey again. No, please, you were jumping. Go on.
I think that's a very good question. So that's the reason for taking the microphone, because I really think that politicians, it would be a very good thing if they look for a public space, a public infrastructure for all the experts, scientists, creative in industry on that, to work on these models. Mm-hmm. Based on other rules than big techs in Silicon Valley do that, obviously. Yeah. So with transparency rooms, so you only get access to that public space. So I use the picture of the CERN for atomic physicists. So if you have some space like that, of course, for the needs of artificial intelligence, and if you open that space, that public infrastructure, if you look for the calculation power there and give access, but under the circumstances and under the precondition of transparency, of certain values and so on. Yeah, so that was the reason for taking the word.
Yeah, no, absolutely, that's great. Audrey, I would like to give you the word, and then, Claudia afterwards, right after. Audrey, please, how do you see this?
Yes, so very quickly, why the community level is needed beyond the personal level I talked about is think social media. It doesn't matter if I'm a technologist who has worked personally on social media stuff, like social text and so on. As an expert, I cannot predict over-reliance, emotional effects, information manipulation, and so on when Facebook was first launched. these effects only manifest when they come into contact with large enough communities for an extended period. And there really is no other way to discover those emerging harms than asking those communities and giving everyone a voice, which is why in both the social media case and over-reliance on AI case that we're talking about, opaque AI case, that we're working with community and simply say, anyone can participate in the deliberation, anyone can go to talk.polis.tw to talk to a synthetic, like silly tavern recap of the online deliberation and offline deliberations that we have run throughout July and August. So having a way for people to quickly respond, just as Taiwan did during the pandemic, any community spread, so to speak, is, I think, the only way, at least I know, to surface such harms as quickly as possible.
Probably it also leads me to the reflection also, like talking about education and digital education, tech education, not only for the governmental spheres, obviously, but for everybody, right? I think even at earlier age and etc. This is something that we should inquire into. But Claudia, you wanted also to say something about this.
Yeah, no, indeed, and it actually follows on kind of nicely from Audrey, who I agree with in many ways, but slightly disagree with on one point, in the sense of when I'm thinking about the need for more systemic forms of community engagement, I really think we need to be establishing new kinds of democratic institutions that are interlinked within our existing system that's helping it to evolve, that have real power, and where, yeah, no, I think we agree on a lot of the premise of it, but I think a crucial part of it comes from how people get to be in the room, because I think it's really, it's always a noble goal that everybody can be able to contribute on any consultation or anything, but we also have a ton of research which shows us that when you have an open consultation or participatory process, it tends to kind of exacerbate inequalities in some ways, because people with the most wealth and power and education and so on are usually the ones who are participating the most. And so I think we need to draw on these ancient wisdoms and principles of sortition, which means randomly selecting a diverse group of broadly representative people to come together. And I think we need to create those deliberative spaces that give people the time to be with the complexity of these issues, to hear from not just the experts, but also all the relevant stakeholders. That's where I think that actually there needs to be the relationship, obviously, with industry and research and so on, but what is the roles that each of these are playing in terms of citizens and politicians and civil servants and researchers and people working in the kind of big tech companies and small tech companies. And so how could we get to a point where actually we have citizens' assemblies that are taking place on a regular basis on all sorts of issues, so not just the AI, but I think that we also are missing the kind of tech infrastructure to support those citizens' assemblies. So part of the conversation, I think, needs to be about, you know, how are we not just fighting some of these problems of AI with the existing kind of tech we have, but we're actually building new tech to address this. And so, I mean, some of you who've been here and maybe came along to our workshop yesterday, we're collaborating with the folks at the MIT Center for Constructive Communication, and the new platform that they've launched called Fora, for example, is an example, I think, of the sort of new type of tech infrastructure that we need to be proliferating more to be supporting a new kind of systemic democratic transformation.
So it's interesting. We have something like between like, do we need more tech to find new tools to rule and combat disinformation and etc.? Or actually, it's not about having more tech. It's about maybe having more education about tech, but also about the system as such and the democratic process as such, so to speak, right? This is what you do also with Democracy Next. But going to the way like about tech, it's a day about tech, so let's dig into this tech thing. So, I mean, we were talking about social media, we were talking about polarization and etc. And I wonder, and asking Sarah and Audrey, do government actually have tools to combat interference and political polarization at all? And I would like to know, especially because of the coming up elections in the US, and also what's your point of view, but maybe starting with Audrey first. Do governments have these tools to combat interference and polarization?
Yes, we do. But just for the record, I'm all for sortations and random selections and citizen juries when it's beyond the city scale. The self-selection I talked about was for smaller communities, like talk to the city and so on. But for everything above the city scale, I do think citizen juries and alignment assemblies through sortations is the way to go. Now, with that out of the way, to your question, I think one of the insights that we have looked at in Taiwan is that digital literacy, media literacy education doesn't do much when it comes to counter-polarization and foreign interference. What does work is competence education. So back in 2019, we replaced all the media literacy, digital literacy in our curriculum, core curriculum, so that it says instead media competence and digital competence. Now, literacy is when you consume, and competence was when you produce. When all the high school students can fact check the 3 presidential candidates as they're having a debate or measure air quality and so on, they contribute to the commons of data, the epistemic knowledge commons, so that they feel that they are a full agent of democracy even before they turn 18. And just like a person with journalistic training are less likely to be captured by outrage or polarization, the students, when they participate in such bridge-making narratives, think Twitter's community notes, for example, in those spaces where only the more nuanced bridge-making narratives surface to the top, if people stay in that mood, like Wikipedia and so on, for extended like a few years, then they have the antibodies of the mind to counter the polarization, and they have the ways to spread these ideas to their friends and families. And the latest development, thanks to in part language model, is that the local communities in Taiwan, like co-facts for collaborative fact-checking, who used to be, volunteers that are countering those full-time professional foreign interference folks in Taiwan against, the PRC. And so when they are looking at language models, they immediately train a language model that does this recontextualization, clarification, and so on, using the past data that they have accumulated, so that this clarification can be done by a antibody immune system that is a bot, essentially, which of course still clearly marks as a bot, but it is community trained of the community and by the community.
Mm-hmm. That's one promise of AI too, when bots are doing this. So Sarah, I wanted to turn to you also, looking at the coming elections in the US, obviously. Do you think that the governments have the tool? I mean, you have been also there to advise on the government level and etc. What do you observe? What do you see? And I'm slowly moving also to this, like, what will be your take on the future of democracy with AI? So please.
No, this is, I think, a very complicated question for democratic governments, because what they want to avoid is the perception that they're telling people what to think. And what I think we also want to consider is, what role do we want for government, not just when it's a government that we sympathize with, but when it's an opposition group that you don't support their values. So we might, let's say, normatively think, oh, when this particular party is in government, I want them to take a heavy hand in adjudicating, misinformation. But that party, your party, is not always going to be in office. And so I think that the answer probably is to have a sort of more of a mosaic of accountability. So different voices shaping the conversation, because I really do worry about who's guarding the guardians. I don't know that I want it to be only tech firms or only the government or only NGOs or only citizens. I think it needs to be this organic, ongoing conversation, so that discourse can then shape the sort of the appropriateness of particular policies.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Claudia, I mean, you've been hearing also a couple of ideas that you probably will like with the local communities and the fact-checking and the citizen implication in the processes. I wanted to know, are you actually optimistic towards the future of democracy when you see what's happening today? No, I would love to know. I mean, I already said I was not optimistic, so I'm like, but I would love to, please give me hope. Say something else.
No, it's true that I think today we're surrounded by a constant discourse about democracy in crisis and in kind of doom and so on. And not that I think that things are rosy, but I do feel hopeful about another kind of democratic future being possible. So, I mentioned earlier the idea of citizens' assemblies as a new kind of beacon for a kind of democratic institution that could have real power and could be something that really expands our vision of what we even mean by democracy. And these assemblies have been taking place in more countries across the world, in more places, more levels of government, and there's a real momentum behind these ideas of finding new processes, but also making systemic change happen to really shift power in another way. I am hopeful because I see that, it's not easy and the changes may be slower than I would love, but, there's a sense of, step by step, things are changing and it's possible to make that change happen. And I quite like that quote by Rebecca Solnit about kind of hope being about the uncertainty of the future, actually, and in that uncertainty, that prompting you to act. And so this is why Democracy Next is a research and action institute, and we're doing work to try and make some of this democratic change happen. And whether it does or not, we will see in the longer term. This is a long-term game, but I think that we need to be opening up an imagination about democracy not being just about elections, as important as these conversations are. That's about election integrity and so on, and about how do we really help our democratic systems evolve with new democratic institutions that function alongside the ones we have today.
Absolutely. Meinhard, what's your take? Do you see a bright future of democracy in the age of AI?
So perhaps you could hear it. To me, it's like for you, I'm not that optimistic, but to remain optimistic for today. So if we follow the recommendation given by Sarah now, this communication between all the stakeholders, the political decision makers, a constructive dialogue with the big techs in Silicon Valley, perhaps more constructive than the last one we saw on television between President Biden and the CEOs of the big techs. That was more for the media and not that substantial, I had the impression. So if we follow that recommendation, I think it's a very, very good recommendation. And if we all visit the workshop that Claudia and our friends of the MIT Center for Constructive Communication with Professor De Bruyne gave yesterday on these new processes of citizen participation, of these new ideas of citizen assemblies, of using digital techniques to foster deliberative democracy, then there is some reason for being optimistic.
That's a great wrap-up of what they said before. So this is fantastic. I won't need to
Sorry
do
for
it.
taking your job.
No, it's great. It's not about me. Don't worry at all. But I would like to hear, obviously, Audrey, how do you see the future? Are you an optimistic person towards that, Audrey?
Definitely. Throughout the past year or so, working with alignment assemblies from the Collective Intelligence Project, we have found that indeed using AI in a way that is assistive helps to solve one of the most important problems facing previous deliberation efforts, which is nuance. It's easy to keep within a sortition, a citizen's jury or assembly groups, the nuance. Nuance like, sortations are good for something beyond the city scale and so on. But once brought outside of that group to either decision makers who didn't participate in the assembly or to the general public through the mainstream press and so on, the nuance is lost and it's compressed to headlines and action items, bullet points, and so on, which doesn't look so different from the old representative democracy's recommendations. So the main thing about people-to-people ties that can create the kind of nuanced solution that couldn't be found by any other means to those wicked problems ends up being lost for the surrounding context. But through the use of language models, these can capture the nuance, translate it across cultural differences, making sure that it is delivered in a way that makes sense to that particular member of the parliament so that they can understand the nuance of what actually transpired during those face-to-face deliberations. And we have now the technological stack to do so, and we look forward to work with all democracies to increase the bandwidth and reduce the latency of our democratic processes.
Great, thank you so much. And I give you a last opportunity for you, because we talked a little bit about the future, but you didn't say if you were optimistic or pessimistic. I would love to know that. Your personal opinion on the future of democracy in the age of AI.
I think I share the view of this group, and it seems like the audience sort of there are reasons to be concerned, but hopeful that we can use some of these technologies to increase access to those who currently are disaffected or not part of or engaged in democracy. So I'm hopeful, again, not just within the West, but also in sort of under-resourced areas, that as this technology diffuses and becomes more accessible, so will the institutions that should serve them.
Okay, so now let me ask a final question to the whole audience. I would like to know, who of you is optimistic and sees a bright future of democracy with the age of AI? Please, give me hope. Well, so Audrey, I don't know if you see the audience. You don't see the audience. It's not that great. So let me give another try now for those who are pessimistic to have a feeling of the pessimistic people. Come on, don't be shy. Well, no, they are less pessimistic. Audrey, you can't see the audience, but they are less pessimistic people than hopeful. So I'll take this as an encouragement. Thank you for the quote here. Hope is the uncertainty of the future. And now we have it all in our hands to act. So that's an invitation. Thank you to all of you on the panel for this great discussion. Thanks to you, Audrey. Hope to see you soon again. And everyone, Meinhard, Claudia, and Sarah, thank you so much for these insights. And thanks to the audience. Have a great lunch break, and I'll see you. I'll see you sharp. You know I'm obsessed with time. I'll see you at 2 p.m. sharp back for those of you who want to know how AI is changing our consciousness and go into workshops to what to do against misinformation and debunk fakes. See you later.
Moses receives the 10 Commandments in Egypt. From this moment, there is only one truth coming from one God. With the Pope, God gets a representative on earth, who alone interprets his word correctly. In modern democracies, more and more parties are joining the debate about the truth. Journalists check the plausibility of their proposals and create publicity. In echo chambers of large social media platforms, the private merges with the public. Algorithms become amplifiers of countless and polarizing truths. With artificial intelligence, more and more machines are joining the canon of truths. Despite their accurate calculations, they reflect the cultural and ideological imprint of their developers and reproduce the imbalances of our society.
To the end of truth. Are you ready to get there? I think the next thing we have to have after the very nice morning, more about the interaction between AI and the future of democracy. We are going to now dig more into disinformation, but also I know this, and the next lecture is really something which is highly expected, because the question is quite a question: how AI is changing our consciousness. And I'm really looking forward for this keynote of Professor Dr. Stefan Brunhuber, or Stefan. I know that he is not into titles, but he is a full member of Club of Rome. He is a member of the board of the trustees of the World Academy of Arts and Science, and he's also a psychologist, by the way. So, Stefan, I'm very glad to welcome you back on stage. Thank you very much.
Wow, thanks for having me here again. It's very thrilling to be here at the Ars Electronica and to discuss these eminent topics with you. Can we switch over to my slides? This is not going to be another lecture on AI, okay? This is going to be a lecture on the impact of this new technology on our brain and on our mind. No, no, no. Okay, okay. It's like if a large language program is hacking our brain and our mind with the 500 years reading time, we cannot distinguish between fakes and facts. If 3D protein folding is available now to basically discloses the entire human proteome. If AI-triggered Hubble telescopes are telling each other that 90% of the galaxies we've been exploring we haven't even seen yet. If AI is able to predict the next pandemics and basically create a new antibiotics we've been waiting for since 50 years. If AI has similar rates in facial recognition than humans do and psychiatrists do. They passed the Turing test, and robots passed in 2 years the mirror test, which is considered to be the test for self-reflection in the entire sphere of living beings. So, my plan is I'm going to go through 6 or 7 arguments I want to run by. You don't have to make pictures. You can have the slides through the tech people. In 1616, Galileo wrote to Copernicus, and he complained that the officials in Italy are refusing to look through his telescope. And he said if they would be able to see astonishing things. Symbolically speaking, are we ready to look through the telescope of this new technology? Through the eyes of big data, and to be able to see a different world. 30 years later, the French philosopher René Descartes came up with the idea, whatever there is uncertainty, there's one thing we're really sure about ourselves. It's the cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am sure that I'm human. And 200 years later, the German philosopher Immanuel Kant said, in order to be sure about the world, about yourself, and about the knowledge we can gain, it's not the church, it's not the expert, it's not the Ars Electronica, it's not a book, it's not even listening to each other. It's saupere aude. Consider your critical thinking, and you will be able to understand the limits of knowledge and its potentials. But both of these challenges, René Descartes, the Galileo Galilei letter, with Copernicus, and Immanuel Kant's Saupere Aude are challenged by AI and this new technology. What do you think is the selection advantage of a human being? Is it standing upright? The opposition of the thumb? Analytical thinking? Emotional granularity? Living in large cohorts? None of this. You find this in animals in one way or another. One of the things which are characteristic for humans is they're incomplete. They're not fully adapted to the environment and to the reality. And they need a crutch to fill the gap. And they fill that crutch with technology. They fill that crutch with what anthropologists call the racket effect. They fill that crutch with rules of collaboration, and they fill that crutch with narratives. We actually tell each other stories over and over and over again about God, about the money system, about the legal system. And by simply believing these stories, these fictitious stories, we can coordinate millions and billions of people throughout the world. This is at its core the selection advantage of humans. Filling the gap, creating a crutch, and adapting to the reality. And being a deficit species, this is the most self-deceptive and the most self-adaptive process of any other human being. Here on the left, what does this selection advantage make with us humans with regard to our brain and with regard to our mind? You know, we're composed with about 23,000 genes. With epigenetic rules, a left and a right hemisphere. We have a rest potential of minus 70 millivolt. We have gamma waves, neural layers, millions and billions of biochemical codings happening at the same time. We have in our mind a system 1 and a system 2. We are in an awake state, we're in a sleep state. 40% of the time you're awake, you're just wandering around, you're not even able to focus properly. We're hallucinating, we're creating 2 to 3 lies every day just to please. Our constant mind is framed and biased in order just to adapt to the reality. Why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning this because it's kind of a link between the piano and the symphony. To some extent, the brain is like the piano. If we changed the piano, we might also get another symphony out of that changed piano. If you have time to go into the literature and the current debate about what it means to have consciousness, right? And you ask the entire range in cognitive science, from clinical anthropology to systems theory to cognitive science, to behavioral science, to neuroscience. And there's one thing for sure. There's no definition on what it means when we're talking about consciousness. It's just not available. But what all these disciplines can offer is they can offer functions which are typical for any agent, for any being, for anything that has consciousness. And the first thing is, it's salience. Any consciousness is able to prioritize Any consciousness is able to suffer, whether for pain or for passion, and express that. Any consciousness has an awareness of itself in one way or another. You can test that. And any consciousness has what we call in cognitive science embodied cognition or somatic feedback. There is no consciousness available and perceivable and measurable without having a body associated to it. It's one of the problems robotronic is currently facing because these embodied cognitive feedback loops are not instrumentalized yet. So when we're talking about consciousness, any consciousness on this planet tries to avoid separation, tries to be in contact with someone and express that. And any consciousness is able to learn to mimic and learn through mimicking or to simulate the reality outside of us or within us. And if you take the picture I showed you with the brain, with the left and the right hemisphere, and if you take it for granted that the way we are perceiving, we are conscious about something, it's based or correlated or interrelated with gamma waves, with millions of biochemical codings and neural networking, we might be open for the idea that there is a form of neuromorphic consciousness not built on biochemical coding, but on lithium and copper wires. The reason why I'm mentioning this form of multiple materiality of the C word, C consciousness word, is there is a 50-year-old debate in science. It's a so-called two-culture debate. The two-culture debate refers to the fact whatever you studied here in the room, whatever degree you achieved throughout your life, it's either a degree in science, like physics, biology, mathematics, engineering, or in humanities. You studied philosophy or arts or history or economics or literature. And they both operate differently. They all follow different forms of rationality. Science is more instrumental, data-based. Humanities are more hermeneutic and language-based. And the point is, these two cultures during the last 50 years never really met, never really communicated. If they would, the knowledge and the wisdom would explode. And the title of my talk is The Third Culture Argument. What's happening since 2 decades is that there is a new technology emerging, which is not only able to enhance the findings in the two cultures, in science and in humanity, and making research and development really transdisciplinary, a technology that can really disclose and prove interconnectedness, able to double the world, no other technology is able to, and deepening and enlarging our gravity of consciousness to do better and to see better. It could be that we're confronted with the ghost in the machine. And it could be that we're entering now, and we're witnessing now, entering a new era. An era where we're not going to be alone anymore. An era where out of the two cultures, with this third culture, We are entering an era where science is becoming one. If you look at this argument from a historical perspective, we are entering now second Renaissance. From the 14th to the 16th century, humans were able to experience the first Renaissance, where human beings were at the center of the universe. And all the knowledge got dissociated and fragmented and fractured over and over and over again. We now have 1,200 disciplines and subdisciplines in science. And this new technology has the power and the leverage to put this together again. This is new. This, in this way, never happened before. What does it mean to position humans in the 21st century? You know, in the first Renaissance, humans were right in the center of the universe. And 200 years later, Darwin told us that humans are not only in the center of the universe, they're on top of an evolutionary ladder dictating the rest of the world. We are now entering an era where we're confronted with the question, what is it to be a human in the 21st century? We're not in the center of the cosmos. We're not on top of a ladder. We are string players, able to resonate with unlimited parallel worlds of living beings next to each other. And this technology, this new technology, basically forces us to think about just that, becoming a string player. You know this graph here? This is the course of life from childhood to being very old. And this graph represents the cognitive reserve, right? You start early in your life and then you create a reserve to cope with life. And what you want actually, you want this curve very steep before you die at some point, right? And you can measure that through different variables. And if you have a lot of stress, you don't sleep properly, you have lack of exercise, low education, this cognitive reserve is flattening. Okay? What do you think we should never, ever substitute, delegate to a machine? What do you think? There's two things. Because in cognitive science, we can see humans have 12 forms of intelligence, roughly. You know, aesthetics and analytical and cognitive and sensomotoric, blah, 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 blah. In all the 12, humans are, AI and technology is going to surpass the human average capacity in one way or another. But there's two things we should never delegate to a machine. Should I show you what it is? What do you should I show what it is? Okay. Look. I have 3 minutes. I show you what it is. Never, if you create algorithms, you can surpass all the 12 forms of intelligence, no problem. But there's one thing you should never delegate. You know what it is? Take care of your psychosocial physical health. If you delegate that to a machine, there's three things happening, and there is abundant empirical scientific evidence for just that. You die earlier, you're getting sick, and you're getting silly. Don't delegate that to a machine. The second thing you should not delegate to a machine, which was mentioned this morning already, was critical questioning. The answers on the questions might lie already in the AI realm, because we as humans in our brain, our consciousness is not able to grasp complexity. We just think linear. AI can grasp complexity. But asking the right questions is something, and making your push-ups is something you should not delegate. So what can we expect the next 10, 20 years? We're very likely expecting entering a new era. I call it the Renaissance 2.0, where we end up not being in the center of the universe and not on top of a ladder, but string players accessing unlimited parallel worlds. If we do it right, we end up in a society Socrates already requested for any community, which is an oral society. We start debating in analog, community councils, direct democracy are aspects of that. What to expect? We can expect with this new technology, if we do it right, that our consciousness and our gravity of consciousness is enlarging and deepening. We're going to see more and do better. And we're going to experience more of science and more of sapientia. Wow, 7 minutes. Here we go. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. I'm very eager to hear what's happening after this patriarchal era you were talking of. I didn't notice yet, but that's actually a good transition for the next one, actually, because we're going to inquire further into what can humans do against misinformation with a super interesting fireside chat. And for this, we invited two brilliant women. First, Nina Jankovic is a disinformation expert and the author of How to Be a Woman Online and How to Lose the Information War. She's also the vice president of the UK-based Centre for Information Resilience. She has been advising governments and institutions and tech companies. She has testified in front of the US Congress, the UK Parliament, and the European Parliament. So I'm very glad to welcome on stage Nina Jankovic first. Please, you can go straight to the sofa because it will be a fireside chat. It's not a lecture, it's going to be something vivid, and it will be a conversation together with Marta Perano. She's a journalist and researcher specializing in the relationship between, guess, technology and power. She's a columnist at El País and at the Spanish National Radio. Her book, El enemigo conoce el sistema, The Enemy Knows the System, was a New York Times best Spanish essay. And her latest book, Contra el futuro, una critical analysis of technologies for managing and mitigating the climate crisis. So this is a great conversation I'm expecting between the two of you. Marta Perano, please come on stage on the sofa. I mean, we're going to go into analytics indefinitely. Thank you so much.
Okay, hello everyone. How are you doing? Enjoying the festival, I hope? We have to keep you awake in the heat, I guess. Well, thanks for having us. And Marta and I got to hang out a little bit yesterday, recorded a podcast, which was very interesting. So I know we're going to have an interesting conversation today. Marta, I'll kick it off a question for you, since you're the resident journalist here today. And I'm wondering what you see in particular as opportunities and threats for the institution of the press as we enter the AI age. You had a really interesting comment yesterday about how you knew everything was changed. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that, and then we'll just jump in.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for introducing ourselves. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Yes, well, I mean, as a journalist, I get invited often to panels where everything is about how the press is in crisis. I've been working in newspapers for the last 25 years, if you can believe it. And journalism has been in crisis since I was pretty much born. And so I have this strong feeling that we are like strong contributors to the crisis, and that also that journalism is having a golden era. It's just not happening in newspapers and media companies. So yes, what is the main challenge that I see in this particular moment regarding AI? Well, we have been collaborating in a very asymmetrical position with the digital platforms in the last 20 years, which has made the advertising model of journalism totally impossible for us. So we need to find new ways of developing our business model in order to keep newspapers alive. At the same time, digital platforms have provided a lot of opportunities for us. I think AI has a similar quality in the sense that we are all starting by using it wrong, which means that every media mogul is trying to incorporate AI tools to substitute their workers, in this case journalists, with hilarious to concerning results. And but you can see that groups like forensic architecture, like Bellingcat, like people that are working with digital tools and using the data that digital platforms offer in several different ways to do maybe not exactly journalism, but something that is useful for journalism. So I think we need to start maybe stop fantasizing about the kind of journalism that we all watched in All the President's Men, which is all about being on the street and chasing the news in this particularly old-fashioned way, and start thinking in, all the eyes that are looking at every corner of the planet right now, that are in service of surveillance and violence and authoritarian regimes, and maybe start steering them to our goals.
So I'm hearing that we need some new kind of guardrails potentially for, or maybe like a code of practice. Is that something that humans can do to kind of help push the press in the right direction with AI?
That's an excellent question. You probably have thought a lot more about that than me, because as a journalist, I obviously don't like guardrails, but I do feel there is the need for putting all this data making machines, or all these devices that are in possession of the production of data objects, like, for instance, satellites. How important satellites have been in the last year for the war in Ukraine. You're an expert in the field. Probably you could offer a lot more interesting views on this. But why aren't newspapers training their people on using that data? Well, some of them are, not enough for me. Why all this capabilities that are being used by authorities all over the world to surveil, the wrong neighbors, are not being used for these other purposes? I think the combination of legislation and journalism could produce very interesting sources of data.
Yeah, and I guess I was talking about not even necessarily legislation, but a code of practice that journalists themselves could say, okay, we're part of a journalist association or something, and here's the ways that we're going to use AI. But you bring up an interesting point about big data and who is it for, right? And we're talking about who owns the truth here at the festival. So you mentioned Bellingcat. There are a lot of other open source organizations that use things you can find on the internet, from the social media that's posted openly to satellite imagery, toward open source data of phone records and travel records and things like this, to put together a really detailed picture of sometimes what nefarious actors are doing, sometimes what people in power are doing, who can also be nefarious sometimes. And I think that brings us to something that you and I both, we both think, having read some of your pieces, is part of the solution here, which is increasing people's information literacy. So I bring up the open source movement because so many of the folks at Bellingcat, which if you don't know their work, you should look them up. They've uncovered some really incredible things, really harrowing things that have happened in the war in Syria and the war in Ukraine. The organization I work for, the Center for Information Resilience, does similar investigations. The Organization for Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, OCCRP, who did the Paradise Papers, among others. All of them are using mostly open source data to put this together, and most of them are just people like you and me who started geolocating things in their spare time and then got really good at it, and a couple steps later found themselves tracking Russian spies who poisoned Sergei Skripal. I'm not kidding you. Like it was just a few steps from that. So I find that story really inspiring because it shows us how influential we can all be in the information environment. And so in my work, looking at how Central and Eastern European governments have responded to this challenge over the past couple of decades, they really have invested in teaching people how to navigate the information environment. And I don't just mean who owns this newspaper and what are their values. I mean, teaching them how algorithms work, who is manipulating them online, that sort of thing. I think that's all really powerful, and we shouldn't, even though I have experienced some of the worst things on the internet, I don't think we should be too despondent because we all hold a key kind of to navigating this environment in ourselves if we put our time to it and don't just let the easy way on our cell phones and tablets rule us.
Yeah, indeed. Like, this is a very good example. Also, I was thinking how the whole Pegasus program and its implications regarding human rights and activism, etc., has had an impact in the press in the last year, and yet most of the investigation comes from a very small team run by an Italian hacker and gosh, I forgot the institution, and Amnesty International. And so these are tools that are available to all of us. I think the press is not making proper use of them because it's not training its writers in using them. Like, writers all over the world in newspapers are looking at Twitter to see what news has legs, meaning how many tweets are gathering per second. And this is not really a very good indicative of what constitutes news or not. Like, yesterday we were talking about how the motto of the New York Times keeps being all the news that's fit to print, but actually newspapers, we are just publishing all the news just because we are technology capable of doing that, because agencies are sending us all sorts of things and we're writing for Google, not for the readers anymore. And so this culture requires a rethink or a redesign. How is AI going to play a role in that redesign is something that worries me a lot, obviously, because we haven't been that smart previously incorporating digital means into our newsrooms. I think we are, again, as a society in general, debating what constitutes artificial intelligence, what are the places where it's appropriate to use it, and who are the people that are going to be most affected by it. In our case, we are particularly affected by its ability to produce infinite fake personas that produce infinite fake content that can, cause infinite damage to an infinite number of people. So I don't think we are capable to be of being the guardians of that, but I do think that we should be, in a way, part of the inoculation plan for that.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that frustrates me about the AI conversation and kind of the collective freak out that we're all having about it is that there have been some pretty harrowing harms that have come up already in the course of the development of AI. We have a lot of cases of bias in facial recognition software, for instance. They might be able to recognize faces as well as humans, but if humans are racist and sexist, then what is baked into the AI, of course. Beyond that, we have seen already it's pretty easy to create disinformation with AI because there's a lot of disinformation on the internet. The AI is trained on what is on the internet, ergo it's easy to create that. And we saw that earlier this morning in some of the presentations. But the thing that is really quite frustrating to me, and I'm curious to see among the audience, have you heard about deep fake pornography? Some nods, yes. But did you know that of the deep fakes that exist, over 96% of the deep fakes on the internet are deep fake pornography that are trained on women's bodies? And obviously this is non-consensual. So it's a pretty staggering statistic, and one that personally for me, I was always very loud about this before, but I'm now even louder about it because I recently found that I am a subject of deepfake pornography, that people have made deepfake porn about me. And so I got frustrated when we're talking about all of the harms that AI can cause when there's a real harm that exists today, and very, very few countries are legislating about it. And a lot of people just seem to collectively shrug. We seem to say, there's a lot of harms on the internet. We're more concerned about, if AI were to cause obviously a nuclear crisis would be a serious deal. But there are literally thousands of women who are being affected by this every day. And I'm lucky I live in the United States, and it's not a place where it could ruin my life. But there are women in India and in Mexico where an image like that going viral on the internet could really have serious consequences for them that could be physical and in some cases even lead to death. So one question I have is, when are we going to wake up to the real harm being caused? Because it just seems to not matter to some people that we think this is all stuff that's, it's online, it's on the internet, therefore it's not causing real harm in the world. But as we discussed yesterday as well, these aren't just online harms. These are things that can spill offline very easily. And I've been going to conferences like this for almost a decade now. And in some ways, it feels like we're in a worse spot than we used to be. Now, I just said earlier that I am optimistic about humans, waking up to this stuff, because you're all here today, obviously, and we're still talking about it. So evidently, someone cares. But what do we need to do as public intellectuals, or what do journalists need to do to kind of push both constituents and lawmakers into creating regulation that will help and put these guardrails on for things that are having real impact on people's lives?
Yeah, this is a very good point to bring, and I think it's important also to point out that this you being subject to these practices is part of a like toxic campaign against you as a professional person that has been part of the administration. Because one of the things that need to be addressed is the fact that this kind of fake porn against women, which are 99.9999% of the victim pool, is not about sex. It's about humiliation and retaliation and this kind of things, which is an important factor because it's the reason why we're more concerned about other things. We're more concerned about things being people being fooled about who their candidate is, or how to vote, or whether or not someone said a lie or didn't say a lie, or something was a lie. So it is very interesting as a journalist to how those factors are not news, because misogyny is not news. And because the abuse of women in the workspace is also not news. So it is a very good question, and I wonder, since you've been thinking heavily about it for the last 18 months, what do you think we could do as newsrooms and media companies in general?
Yeah, so I think newsrooms face a difficult question, right? Because every story of someone being depicted in deepfake pornography is going to kind of be the same, right? My story is I was in deepfake pornography. I as a disinformation researcher, kind of looked to see who was responsible for it. Unsurprisingly, these folks are relatively well concealed. In my jurisdiction in the United States, if I knew who the person was and they lived in my state, I could bring them to court for distributing deepfake pornography. But since I can't figure that out, all I can do is send a cease and desist letter. They don't necessarily have to comply, and I don't get any damages for what happened to me. And so you feel kind of disenfranchised, right? And I did tell that story. I wrote a piece in The Atlantic about it. I told that story on television. But at the same time, you know, people say, oh, how horrible, and yet very little happens. I mean, there has been legislation in the US Congress for several years trying to outlaw deepfake pornography, and the lobby coming from, interestingly, Hollywood, that doesn't want to put any restrictions on deepfakes because they want to be able to use them in movies, as we're seeing right now with the strike going on in Hollywood. They have stopped that legislation from getting passed, and I think that's a real shame. So, I mean, this is where we get back to humans, right? So if you feel strongly about something like this, it's I think, incumbent on journalists to write about it, even if it's not necessarily the sexiest story, although in this case, I suppose you could argue that it is sexy in a weird way. And then it's incumbent on all of us to get in touch with our legislators, and however you do that in the country that you come from, whether it's a phone call, as Sarah was talking about before, or if you're writing to them, if you're getting involved on social media. I mean, we have to make clear that not just this issue, but all the issues related to the spread of damaging information, I think that, damages democracy, damages public safety, damages public health. That's all stuff that we need to be engaged with. And I think for too long, we've just said, somebody else is going to do it.
That leaves the press out of it, though. What can we do for you, Nina?
Well, I mean, I think actually, as I said, just keep publishing these stories and drawing attention to it and making the case to editors that it's important to inform people about. This is a really informed crowd here, and yet I still think that a lot of people were probably surprised about that statistic that I named earlier. So drawing attention to stuff like that. I love projects that are. You're talking about journalists not necessarily having the skills to use data and things like that in their reporting. I love projects that are combining the skills of data analysts with the journalism kind of portfolio, because often data engineers and network analysts don't really have storytelling skills either. No offense to any of you in the room. So merging those two, there's a platform in the United States called The Markup that does that really well, pairing kind of big data with journalism and storytelling. And I think that we should be pursuing more investigations like that, because still, with academics and researchers and even some of the, nicer tech companies doing this stuff, it's not enough. And we only are getting part of the story at any given time.
Indeed. Well, I think one of the things that we could tackle before we finish is the fact that you've been working in government, we are facing a new set of elections all over the world that will be defined by being the first elections with AI in the background, meaning that a machine that can produce infinite numbers of fake content and deliver it to an infinite number of people in no time at zero cost is working right now to, to disenfranchise millions of people and to confuse millions of people in order to move the elections in one direction or the other. So it is, I think, common knowledge that your Congress has been debating what to do with this problem for a very long time, being, of course, the assault in the Capitol, one of the highlights of this problem. So what can you tell us about what's going to happen there?
So we're in a really interesting moment in the United States, and I mean interesting in the kind of diplomatic sense of the word, in that we're not getting very much done with regard to information disorder, if you want to call the broad bucket of problems that surrounds this information disorder, because of political polarization. So 7 years ago, when we had the 2016 election, we thought after that surely Congress was going to get something done, because nobody wants to have foreign interference in their elections. And I think we can all agree now, finally, that foreign interference did happen. But still, even the lowest hanging fruit in Congress, which would have been to label online advertisements the same way we label political advertisements in the newspaper, on radio and on TV. It usually says paid for by Donald Trump or paid for by Joe Biden, right? We still, to this day, do not have a rule about that online. So that shows you how far we have to go. At least here in Europe, you have the DSA, which just came into effect. You have GDPR. Germany has NetzDG. There's a litany of legislation out there, some of which, I think has had deleterious effects on speech. But still, it exists. And we've done very much of nothing. And just yesterday, there was a court case in which the Missouri Attorney General brought against the Biden administration a broad injunction that said the Biden administration is no longer allowed to talk to social media companies because they allege it is censoring conservative voices. Now, all of the academic research shows over and over and over again that actually conservatives are not getting censored. They are spreading a lot of disinformation, but they're not getting censored by the platforms. That the platforms are actually pretty hands-off with conservatives because they don't want to incur any backlash, and that often it's voices who are generally oppressed, so racial minorities, women, et cetera, that tend to be the most censored on social media. And yet a judge in Louisiana found that there was going to be this broad injunction, and now this chilling effect has occurred where the Biden administration, even though this injunction got partially overturned now, a lot of civil servants that I've talked to don't want to cooperate with the platforms anymore because they are afraid of the individual effect that is going to have on them and their jobs and their security, both physical, job security, monetary security, et cetera. And we have an instance in which not only people like me who have served in government, but other researchers in kind of the constellation of the counter-disinformation space are also being attacked by powerful conservatives. They're being subpoenaed by Congress, asked for documents. Their names are being bandied about in a way that is leading to threats on them and their family. They're being put in deepfake pornography. I'm not the only one this is happening to. And so when you ask what we're going to do, I actually think that as we head into the 2024 election in the United States, we are far less secure in terms of our information space than we were in 2016. And it's not just foreign interference that is a threat to us. It is, frankly, domestic disinformation that has been normalized and accepted as part of the political discourse. And we're seeing that happen in places in Europe as well, and all around the world. But I'm really worried. We've seen this rollback of some of the good steps that platforms have made, like labeling things that weren't certain. So in the aftermath of the 2020 election, when we weren't certain who won, if someone was claiming victory, it would direct people to the local election official's website, which I think is a good thing. It's not suppressing speech. It's just saying this election hasn't been called yet. Go check out the source of the information to see if you want more. And now, in kind of the Musk era of social media control, we don't have that anymore. So I'm worried about not just the US, but more broadly as these policies get rolled back. And I think it's going to be a scary time. And what I would suggest, again, so we're supposed to be talking about what humans can do to counter disinformation, misinformation. I would say that rather than being one of those, I believe it was something like 58% of people would have no idea what was going on online or would have no idea what was going on in the world if they didn't get some of their news from the internet. Try to get it direct from the source. Find the unedited clip of the candidate speaking. Go to the local election authority to seek out that information. If you see a newspaper reporting something, or it probably wouldn't be a newspaper, if you see a blog reporting something that seems suspect, see if any of the larger outlets are reporting that. People in institutions that have fact checkers, that have, real news ethos behind them. Take a little extra time. It's not as quick and gratifying, but I think it's the only way we're going to get through this. What do you think? What are your predictions as we head into this big election year for 2024?
I think you're very generous with newspapers. We do publish lies all the time. I was wondering, since we have 2 minutes left, do you think there is, of course, this conspiracy theory that says that Elon Musk bought Twitter in order to align all its media desks to prepare for the next US elections. How accurate would be this description for you?
I don't think that I think he's pretty evil, don't get me wrong. I don't think he thinks that far ahead. I think he bought Twitter to kill it. I think he just wanted to play with something, kind of like a little boy takes a bug and squishes it. I think that's what he's doing with Twitter. I think every business decision that he's made only aligns with this idea that he wants to kill it, which is sad, right? Because it was a place where a lot of us found community and got news, and now things are quite fragmented.
Very expensive bug, though.
He's a little boy.
Yeah. Well, so what can we do to combat disinformation? I guess talk.
Yes,
Talk
have conversations like this. Talk to your neighbors.
Click on the right links. Like yesterday when we were at the podcast, we talked a lot about the idea of talking to your neighbors, talking to the people that are around you that are not necessarily your family, your friends, and your colleagues, and do debate about things that you disagree with other people. Like this is definitely an art that we have forgotten over the years, and that is one of our main vulnerabilities as a community. So, yeah, I guess we can call that as a closing statement in this conversation.
Absolutely, thanks, Marta, and thanks to the festival for having us.
Yes, we'll do that. No, don't move. We have 5 minutes left for a couple of Q&As with the audience. I was asked to add a couple of Q&As. I know after that we will have a break of 10 minutes until 3:10, but I have a couple of minutes to take a couple of questions. So who has a question for this? I mean, it was a brilliant conversation, I must say. You didn't need a moderator, that's for sure. That was really great. So who would like, we have a question here in the second row, please.
Sorry, Philip, hi. So what's your Twitter alternatives, X alternative? Are you going to other places or are you staying on the platform?
You know, we talked about this yesterday as well. I haven't quite found a place that is as all-encompassing as Twitter used to be for me. Before I had to block 600,000 people on there, literally. But I oddly have found that LinkedIn is the place where I am getting the most civil discourse. I've been on Blue Sky, I've been on Mastodon, I've been on Threads. They're all fine. Threads maybe has the most legs, but it doesn't have critical mass yet. People seem to have kind of moved away from it after initially signing up for accounts. So we'll see. But for right now, I'm focusing on LinkedIn, which is something I never thought I'd hear myself say. What about you, Marta?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still on Twitter. I am not very good at like graphic interfaces. So Twitter was the only tolerable space for me to be, and I was always comfortable there. Now it sucks. But what I'm seeing is that there has been like an atomizing of the social network, which shouldn't be entirely a bad thing. It doesn't feel so good that now your professional life might be in LinkedIn, and then your friends might be in, I don't know, in Reddit, and then your freaky interests will be in Discord. But I do think it's a good thing, because that means that at least you're not locked into one platform's language and what platform's logic. So you are redeveloping skills to be yourself in different contexts, even technically. I am following a lot of channels in Discord that are very specific. For instance, forensic architecture, or a lot of video games that I like have their fans in Discord, and people play while being in Discord and discussing the games, and that's a lot of fun. Most of the people from the OPSEC community, which I had been very engaged with, are in Mastodon, which of course appeals to their sense of building an infrastructure from scratch and keeping it and transforming it for their own purposes. And so that community is very comfortable there, but then the journalism community would be more comfortable in a more plug and play situation. So I think it is good that we are not, this is like, I don't know, like the big music festivals, no? That, we all feel that they have reached a point of no return where, you know, there will be no more big music festivals in the next few years. I think the era of the supermassive 300 million people users platforms is over, and that's not entirely a bad thing.
Thank you. We have another question here in the second row, and if we have time, only.
Hi, thanks. I have a question around skills for the future. One of the things that I keep seeing over and over is that we bring old school thinking to a very new problem, and we can't solve it because we really need a different level of thinking. So my question is, do you think that journalists' training is the right training these days? You know, they double down on language and that sort of thing at university. Should they be learning much more technological skills, data analytics, all of this sort of thing?
Yeah, good question. Please, a short answer, because we really need a break for all the tech team and everyone, so please.
My short answer is no. No, journalists are being heavily under-trained in all the tech tools that they really need to protect their sources through cryptography, to find their sources with, you know, as we said, the insane amount of data sources that we can find these days, and to actually do the work in the most complete, fast, and secure way for themselves. No, they are very under-trained.
Thank you, Nina. You agree?
What I said.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. We have to close. I'm sorry. We don't have the time. We really need a little break, everybody here. So enjoy yourselves in the little break of 10 minutes, in sharp 10 minutes at 3:10. We will have an excellent panel on what can I believe, with the what in brackets. Thank you, and see you later. Thank you so much to both of you. That was a brilliant conversation. So the next session, as I was already promoting from yesterday on already, if you remember, for those of you who are here yesterday, what can I believe, with a what in brackets, and it will be all about understanding on how misinformation can spread, what you can do against it, what can we believe at the end. But I will leave this to our great moderator, Sarah Krischer. She's a journalist covering the progress of IT in industry, economy, research, and politics, and she will introduce you her speakers, and they are going to debate, and I want to know myself to what can I believe. So please, go on, the stage is yours. I'll let you introduce your speakers and the theme. Thank you.
Thank
Sarah.
God I don't have high heels. And thank you so much for the introduction. I'm so excited to be here at Post City again, I have to admit, and to dig a little bit deeper into the question, what can I believe? Can we believe anything? So in the next 45 minutes, we want to examine not only how misinformation spreads, but also how belief systems spread. Our guests are two are online, two are offline. And please join me, Nadimi Jami and Ken Moriyama. Online, you will see Kaylin O'Connor and Narima Wako. I'm going to introduce them, but since it's a way onto the stage, please join me. It's all about why our current understanding of truth, society, and identity also matter in that context of belief systems. And it's many topics. It's little time, so I'm gonna start. Do we have the, here you are, hi. You're right on my left side. Here again. I'm gonna start with the panelists to give you a bit of an insight on their work related to that topic. And I'm gonna start with you, Narimi, since you're sitting next to me. You're a brand safety advocate, keynote speaker, and one of the former leaders of Sleeping Giants. It's a global movement for brand safety, and you're the co-founder of Check My Ads.
That's right. Is this on? Can you all hear me? Hi, I'm Nandini Jami. I'm co-founder of Check My Ads. Just curious, how many of you have heard of Sleeping Giants? One person, okay. So in 2016, I was working in marketing. I was actually working out of in Berlin, and in the weeks after the election, I went and visited Breitbart.com for the first time. And the first thing that I noticed as a marketer was ads. I was being followed around by ads from brands that I love and support. And I realized that as a marketer, like these guys don't know they're on here. These advertisers are not choosing to have their ads run on Breitbart. It's being placed for them by Google Ads. So I got this idea. What if we all collectively as a world of advertisers block our ads from this website? And so I co-founded this campaign, Sleeping Giants, to alert advertisers that their ads were running on this website and invite them to add the website to their block list. And to our surprise, this campaign went viral very quickly. We began, this turned into a crowdsourced campaign. Anyone could join in, take screenshots of ads they were seeing on Breitbart, let the brands know, and the brands would come back to us and say, yeah, we've blocked it. And so this way, we lost Breitbart over 4,000 advertisers who publicly confirmed with us that they had blocked their ads. And then the campaign moved upwards to ad exchanges, these companies that represent thousands and thousands of advertisers. So they removed Breitbart from their inventory. And as a result, Breitbart lost 90% of its ad revenue in just 3 months. It was awesome.
We're going to dig deeper into that.
We're going to dig into that. They were planning to expand into Germany and France after the 2016 elections, and they never did that. And later, Bannon, we have him on film saying that there is no economic model without ads. So we really hit on something with this campaign. And years later, we hoped that the problem would be solved. We thought that advertisers, the ad industry, would figure out a solution to this themselves, because clearly this is a huge priority for the industry. But that's not what happened. And when we dug in deeper, because I was no advertising expert a few years ago, we learned that the reason that advertisers, or that this problem hasn't been solved, that ads continue to appear on hate speech and disinformation websites online, is because advertisers don't know where their ads are going. And that is because the ad tech companies, the ad exchanges, the middlemen who are all involved in this long, convoluted supply chain of placing an ad on the website, don't let them see where their ads are going. So advertisers are literally in the dark. So in 2021, my co-founder and I launched Check My Ads, the ad tech watchdog, to call attention to this problem, to hold ad tech companies, ad exchanges, and the middlemen accountable for their actions and for their relationships, to uncover these ties and to bring advertisers and the public into this world so that they can hold these companies accountable together. We've achieved a lot in the past few years, and I can get into that during our chat.
We will try to, as I said before, many aspects and so little time. But if you stroll around Post City, it's like right over there at Future Lab, you might have already seen Nudge AI and tried it out. Here's the man who invented it, Ken Moriana. We will go into that as well. You developed it within the Kobe-based startup Godot, where you also serve as CEO. Very welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ken Moriyama, and I'm the CEO of Godot. Godot is an AI startup that's focusing on better decision-making and also behavioral change for good. So we're working with organizations like WHO and local governments on promoting cancer screening or healthy eating or things like that. So, it's an honor to be here, and I hope we can share some stories that might be helpful for you. Thank you.
Online, we're so happy to be joined by Kaylin O'Connor, a philosopher of biology and behavioral sciences, philosopher of science and evolutionary game theorist, and also co-author of the book, The Misinformation Age, How False Beliefs Spread. So happy you are able to join us. Hi.
I'm so glad I can be here, though I'm sorry it's not in person. Is the sound okay?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm a philosopher of science. In 2016, I was doing a lot of work. So part of what I do is study how science works. I was doing a lot of work modeling how ideas and beliefs spread in the sciences. And a lot of that work started with the assumption that part of what influences scientists to believe things are their social networks. So who are they connected to? Who are they friends with? After some of these big political events in 2016, like the Brexit vote, like the Trump election in the US, it started to become clear that these sort of social effects of information and information spread might be having an impact on these really important political events because of social media and information on social media. So one of my colleagues, James Weatherall, suggested that we co-author this book, The Misinformation Age, trying to use these kind of models to think more generally about how misinformation spreads, how disinformation spreads, and how our social connections might impact the beliefs we all come to form. Since then, he and I together, and me with grad students and other colleagues, have done a lot of research looking at those kinds of processes. A lot of this research is focused on the question, why do people come to believe false things? But that question also very naturally leads into the question, and how can we help people come to believe more accurate things? And so along with this work, I've done a lot of thinking about things like how we can shape social media algorithms to improve public belief, how we can shape our social networks, our informational environments, what we can do to have accurate beliefs about the world that allow us to act in the ways that represent our best interests.
Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome to Narima Wako. I don't see her yet online. I will say what she does because I saw her before online. She's the executive director of Siasa Place, and the word siasa means politics in Swahili. And this is a youth organization dedicated to collaboratively create an environment that enables youth of Kenya to directly engage with the political mainstream in a meaningful way. And
that's right, Sarah.
Hi, I hear you, I don't see you.
Yeah, my video, when I put it on, I drop off. And so those are the problems of connectivity.
Welcome
in
back.
The global south. Yes, but I am here and I hear you clearly. I figured it would be better that you can hear me. I'm so sorry you can't see my beautiful face today.
So I'm going to start with you before you stroll off again offline, because you experienced, not voluntarily, a lot of what disinformation, misinformation, and also propaganda can do, and you were like in the center of the storm. As when there are elections, disinformation campaigns, false narratives, and to put it bluntly, lies spread, especially online. And you not only analyzed these political campaigns in your country, you suddenly were in the center and had to defend yourself and your organization from false information. Could you lead us a little bit through what happened there, and also what lessons you learned, what you took away from there, and what you teach to the youth there who will be online and try to avoid to have the same experiences, I guess?
Yeah, sure, Sarah, absolutely. So as you correctly introduced me, siasa means politics. And last year, Kenya had our general election, and we are a very emotive country when it comes to politics. Every country is, but I think we're one of the champions, not just in running, but also in politics. So we had a very competitive election that was very close. And oftentimes during our elections, there's a lot of false information from candidates, obviously, but there's also a lot of hate speech. There's a lot of ethnic hate speech and tribal hate speech that occurs. In recent reports, it showed that TikTok was the growing space for hate speech, which is weird because the majority population in Kenya is 19 years old, and most of the TikTok users are like 16 years old. So it shows you that it's actually young people spreading this stuff and creating this stuff. So some of the challenges that I had during that period, we were sharing information about the election, basically how to vote, who to vote for, if you're looking for a leader, these are the constituencies, this is where you vote, very, very basic information. But my organization could not post anything just because some of the words like politics, elections were being flagged as words that are not to be utilized and were considered hate speech in some of the lexicons that these big tech companies were utilizing. So I would find that I couldn't post information, and I'm struggling to post information. And I also had issues where young women especially were coming to us reporting that their accounts were shut down. And for one example was a friend of mine, her name is Wanjiku Tega. She was running in a small constituency for Member of Parliament, and her account was shut down on Facebook because she had an actual breakdown online, because her party ticket was stolen from her, and she was just venting online about it, and she was basically insulting the party leader, and her account the next morning didn't exist. So when we went to look at what are they actually flagging, you find that organizations like mine, people who are considered activists, a lot of our information couldn't go online. But toxic content from bloggers, campaigners that are paid by politicians or political leaders themselves. You have to remember that the largest followings, especially in African countries, are political leaders. It is not celebrities. It is not influencers. It's politicians. So when you have people in government institutions utilizing these platforms to spew hate, and then using that authority to control who has access to the public, it's a concern. So my information was not getting to the public, but their toxic information was. Now, the person that Wanjiku Tega was insulting online and got her account removed is now a secretary. He's a cabinet secretary of government to date as we speak. And as recently as last week, he was insulting the media, a national mainstream media, false news. Does that sound familiar? So when you think about who has access, this is a typical example of how, when you're able to use platforms to share truth, you're actually blocked from sharing that truth. And it's also a struggle when the words that are flagged are often English. A lot of this information is spread in our tribal languages, and we don't have enough content moderators to search through this information and flag it and stop it before it becomes harmful. And harmful for developing countries actually leads to conflict and actually leads to death. We have seen lies lead to that in as recently as 2013 in South Sudan, and as recently as 2 years ago in Ethiopia. And those cases are currently in court here in Kenya.
Were you able to find strategies to cope with this belief system that blocks you out, for example? Or is this like a work in progress and that's why your organization exists?
It's definitely a work in progress, and we are currently lobbying, even through the support of content moderators, sharing that more needs to be done in terms of this information circulating in the public. Additionally, we had to form campaign movements of partners who flag this information on the ground, in the grassroots, while it spreads from family to family, because a lot of these issues actually spread at the dinner table after they see some information in a WhatsApp group, for example. So educating, especially the youth, on the importance of fact-checking and partnering with organizations that we trust that are verifiable, and having these organizations supported to share this information more. So it's still a work in progress, but it's definitely something that is growing rapidly, and it's a concern, especially as we're moving toward having AI in everything that we do.
Word of mouth, I think that's a word you're going to catch up. But Ken, I want to go on with you. We talked a little bit about nudge AI already, a mix of behavioral science and machine learning. And you're using, to say so, the power of AI to remind people to take care of themselves with such success that has also been, as you mentioned already, incorporated into WHO and UN projects, and especially what I really loved reading, in the city of Osaka, you had astonishing results. Could you just lead us through like AI for good, I would call it?
Yes. Well, after listening to Nerima's stories, I feel like one of the good guys because we work primarily with UN organizations and local governments. But what we do is So when initiating our startup, we wanted to make sure that we don't drift away from our mission, which is to empower individuals so that they can take better care of themselves and also for their loved ones. So in working on the Osaka project, where we encourage citizens to go cancer screening, instead of focusing on citizens who have been to cancer screening in the past, we focused on people who have never been to cancer screening in the past, because we believe that showing our technology can increase inclusivity is a good way to make people understand that this technology can be used for good, as opposed to propaganda, and also to really show the potential of AI, that AI can be used to make the world more inclusive, as opposed to simply faster or just more efficient. So my CTO, Go, and I, created this machine learning model to really personalize the text messages that are sent out to Osaka citizens, and we've managed to increase the screening rate from virtually 0% to 54% in just 3 months. So we know that our technology is very effective and powerful, but we want to make sure that it's useful, good causes. So thank you.
Did you have some special knowledge that people believed it also? Because sometimes you get SMS, you shouldn't click that link. So there has to be a chain of trust established as well, right?
Yes. So in designing our intervention, what we really focused on was not necessarily to manipulate people to change their behavior, but to create a choice architecture, to create a decision-making environment where people can make better decisions for themselves. So our focus was more on helping people become more aware of the cognitive biases they may have about cancer screening or about their behavior in general.
You had your first applause with advertising before already. There's one interesting fact, it's the year 2013. That's when advertisers lost total control of where they are advertising, which also means that it leads to false beliefs for us. For you say like, oh my God, this brand I trust, and they're on this fake news website. They don't like it either. The fact that I know that is because Nandini told me beforehand, and that 2013 was this turning point when everything just went crazy, also from the point of view for advertisers. So, I mean, we don't have so much time to go from 10 years before to now, but give us a quick overview. What happened there and where are we now?
Sure, yeah. So 2013, think back to 2013, that was 10 years ago. I was a doe-eyed young marketer, and I was personally very excited about this promise of reaching the right person with the right message at the right time, and there was all this technology that would allow us to be more effective marketers. And 2013, I remember I went to the IAB conference, this big advertising conference in New York. It was full of tech companies promising that they'd help you target better, that they'd help you, do personalized ads, that every impression, every ad dollar would count. And I don't know, I was like looking back on it recently, and that's why I brought this up in our chat. I was thinking about it recently, and I was like, wow, it really feels like 2013 was also the year that that content started to explode online. And the reason content began to explode was because it made money. You could sign up your website to programmatic advertising platforms. So if we kind of look back, we can sort of see this parallel line between programmatic advertising and content, which eventually turned into a disinformation boom, because they all realized that the more extreme they made their content, the more money it could make. And that's why we really, our view, our thesis at Check My Ads is that if we get rid of the advertising, it could all go away. And I'm not saying that to be like, I'm not exaggerating here. Google is the largest ad exchange in the world. They're also the biggest funder of disinformation in the world. And if Google decided tomorrow that they wanted to actually enforce their supply policies, again, this is not it's not me saying, I don't want you to run your ads on hate speech. This is written into their agreements with advertisers. It's part of their publisher and supply policy. If they were to enforce it, it would go away overnight because Google is the #1 funder and it provides by and large the most. But there's other companies and middlemen, as I said before, that also help to fund this. And what we've learned over time is that since 2013, there was so much money going into programmatic advertising that people wanted in on the boom, right? So companies came in, they're like, oh, well, we'll help you better target, or we'll help you verify that the ad was in the right place. And basically this like very simple transaction of running an ad, like an advertiser putting an ad on a website, the chain got so big that no one knows where the ads went anymore, but also it gives every single person in that supply chain a little bit of plausible deniability. Oh, it wasn't my fault the ad ended up there. It was somebody else's fault. And so we have this situation where there's everyone is fighting to keep the status quo because everyone is getting a little piece of the pie. And the real trouble is that no one is there to take responsibility.
I'm pretty sure I don't have to mention that, but when you talk about Google, there's also one big platform, YouTube, where there is a lot of, the paid content. I'm an influencer and I have the ads in between, and this is where it goes totally crazy when you have children's program and suddenly explicit advertising.
Oh. Yeah, there's something really exciting happening right now. So I'm so excited to talk about this because, this has never happened before. But in June of this year, a very small research firm called Analytics came out with this piece in the Wall Street Journal. So the Wall Street Journal scooped the story, basically finding that Google, YouTube specifically, had scammed advertisers out of billions of dollars. Basically, Google, YouTube was reporting that they had ran ads on premium YouTube.com, YouTube native placements. And actually, they're running on third-party websites. That's like open web. That's the websites that you hang out on the internet. And they're obscured. They're auto-playing in a corner. They're covered by another ad. Like advertisers paying for just basically crap, for ads that no one ever saw, premium rates. And this has sent Google spiraling. We can talk later if you want to talk after this, because I can go on forever. The executive team has never been so pathetic and desperate. I don't think they put their statements through legal. I mean, there's some really questionable stuff out there. But that it really is the only way to hold this company accountable. There's a lot of people who, a lot of great organizations that are working to, ask Google and maybe even beg or even plead Google to do the right thing. They're not going to do the right thing. The only way you can get them is by using their own policies and their own data against them.
And just for you, take the applause. I'm applauding too.
It's not my research.
Just for you also, if you do have any questions, I try to look around always, and I know there's someone with a microphone as well. Please feel free to, raise your hand and state your question. Just before that, of course, I want to go to you, Kylene. In your book titled How False Beliefs Spread, you give insights regarding social factors that also play an important role to make us believe something might be true. I mean, the easiest example for me I use is always like if I see a post and it has 100,000 likes, then I tend to believe more this might be something, and my brain says, yeah, ignore that it might be just 100,000 bots doing that because you're too lazy to check cui bono. But I think that's just the tip of the iceberg, right?
Yeah, that's right. So there are all these things about who we trust and who we take as authority figures, which shape the sorts of beliefs we develop. So as you're saying, often we trust information that seems to be verified or liked by many people. that gives us information. Oh, maybe this is trustworthy, maybe this is good information. We tend to trust people who we perceive as experts. We tend to trust people who we perceive as high status. So celebrities, for example, have outsized influence on people's beliefs, even if they might not be experts in some area. I actually think one of the interesting things to pull out here, given what we're hearing from some of the different panelists, is how these social factors make the internet such a tremendously complicated place for shaping good beliefs. So, I mean, we've heard from the different panelists about all the kinds of varied interests that are out there trying to shape belief in social media spaces. We've heard from Narima about political interests. We've heard from Nandini about economic interests. There are people who want to make money. There are people who want to gain power. And they're all in this sort of social space trying to influence other people. And many of them are aware of the way that we're all socially influenced. So they know they can sort of take advantage of social ties and trying to get us to believe things. And then what we've also heard is a lot of the ways that it's very hard to disambiguate toxic versus helpful content online. And there's different reasons that's the case. I mean, Narima talked about things having to do with language, but also having to do with trying to flag certain words when sometimes those words are being used in toxic and misinforming ways, and sometimes they're being used in accurate and helpful ways. We've heard about like the fact that there's this tremendous complexity where often people don't know where their content is ending up, whether that be ad content or, you know, more standard content that people are producing. All of this like creates this tremendously complicated social system where you have lots of kinds of information, some of it good, some of it bad, lots of people trying to spread it for all of their different reasons, and huge difficulties in trying to regulate the sorts of content that can be misleading or can, you know, push people astray in some way.
Would there even be a chance to regulate it? I mean, it's like the saying is technology moves so fast. How could you regulate something when the next big thing, you just regulated, for example, Twitter, and then it's just renamed to X to go down to wheresoever street. But it's so fast. We just talked about virtual reality. Now it's GPT-4.
Yeah, I mean, you're right that it's certainly not easy to try to regulate or shape informational environments so that they're good or clean or helpful to people. That said, I don't think it's hopeless. And we can see differences between various governments. So for example, the EU is doing a lot more work to try to suppress disinformation and misleading content online than somewhere like the US. And to some degree, that's successful. Of course, it takes work and money to do that. It takes governments actually caring about it. And as we've heard from some of the other panelists, there are a lot of interests who don't want online content regulated or shaped in any way because they want to be able to make money off of the internet.
I'm looking in the round. Is there anyone having questions to one of our panelists? Just to make sure that, yes, I'm looking here and this gentleman here as well. You decide, okay. Hi.
So we know that the US is the Wild West where it's all hands off until literally the horse is bolted. But is there anything that the European Union can do to address this power that Google has in terms of lack of transparency?
I can speak to that. Yeah, this is a great question. And, you know, I speak as an American, and people are surprised to hear this, but I am like pro-free speech. I believe that Breitbart should have a right to publish crap. I also believe that advertisers have a right to not advertise on it. I believe that we can take away the incentive for an organization like Breitbart to exist. And they can do it for free, but let's see if they're gonna wanna do it for free. So what I have, the way that my thinking has been shaped over time is around how can we, what is an actual, tangible way for us to address this without telling people or forcing the law to define what information or disinformation is, because that's a very dangerous place for the government to be, in my opinion. And to me, the answer is transparency, advertising transparency. A few years ago, for the Loi Avia, I believe it was, the large French law that was around digital rights, there was an amendment introduced as part of that called the Sleeping Giants Amendment. This was brought forward and helped sort of co-developed with Sleeping Giants France, which basically popped up on its own in France and did everything that we do and did a lot more cool things. And one of those things is drafting this law. And that law would have compelled advertisers to post their ad placements, I think on a bi-weekly, that's every 2 weeks basis. So just the idea of being able to see where ads are going is a big deterrent to advertising on disinformation. It forces advertisers to be, advertisers and ad tech companies to be accountable to the people, because ultimately advertisers today are the new Congress. I mean, they have an outsized impact on what our world looks like and what information we have access to. So I think that if advertisers had access to their own ad placements, that we could actually stamp this stuff out without having to get into the messy conversation of what is disinformation.
Kelly?
As Nandini just pointed out, there are all these really difficult problems that come up when you think about regulating content, because of course we want to promote free speech, but we also want to protect people from actively misleading content that's being used to get them to act against their own best interests. My opinion is that it is within the sort of principles of free speech to have certain kinds of regulation of social media algorithms. Now, there's a lot of content that's sort of at the boundaries between accurate and inaccurate, and you want to be very careful about regulating that. But there's also just a lot of content that's very actively misleading and clearly false. And I think it's perfectly fine to ask social media companies not to promote that content. You know, algorithms are not neutral. They choose information to share with users, and it's within the bounds of free speech to say we ask our platforms not to share information that's going to be toxic or actively misleading. That's difficult to do, but we could be looking towards models where governments have agencies that are, working with social media platforms and other internet platforms, using some kind of guidelines about what sort of content isn't acceptable on those platforms, and then helping those platforms sort of flexibly regulate that with, algorithm systems that are updating to try to keep information as accurate and useful as possible.
Thank you so much. We have a little time left. So you had a question, sir, and then we do a quick roundup.
Yeah, about social media companies. We had this incident with Tucker Carlson when he was offline, he was scolding Trump about the election misinformation. So do you think basically misinformation is like a business model for those guys? I mean, is it like all the big players like Google and Facebook, Meta and TikTok, they're earning on misinformation? This is that's it?
Yes, I do. I'll give you just a little bit of context. So Breitbart, when they, back in, I think 2018, BuzzFeed News did a big investigation that revealed that Robert Mercer, the Mercer family, the billionaire, a billionaire family, was behind had been sort of secretly funding Breitbart. But what I've learned is that even billionaires want to see an ROI. So if Breitbart is running at a loss, they're not going to be inclined to continue to fund it. Now, that is one key insight. The second key insight is that Steve Bannon, the editor-in-chief of Breitbart at the time, he went to the White House and he did some stuff. Then he went back to media. He started a news show called War Room, which is available on pretty much every platform, including connected or streaming TV in the United States. I don't know about internationally. And he managed to essentially get back all the advertisers. He literally just started a new thing that then had to be blocked all over again. And they only started blocking it in August after I started tweeting at companies like Volvo, BMW, Audi, Etsy, all these companies that had already blocked and said, we don't want to be funding this kind of thing. So these people are like, I mean, I hate to say it, but they're like rats, like they're rats that are drawn to this, find a way back into the supply chain because they need this to survive. Again, Bannon himself said there is no economy without ads, and he predicted himself that he was going to go out of business. And the only reason that he didn't is because the advertising industry hasn't stepped up.
Ken, you want to say?
Yes, while I agree with what Kaylin and Nandini said about better regulations and better policies, I'd like to point out that, as Kaylin pointed out too, it's a complex issue. It's not, bad guys, governments, big corporates, Google versus, good guys, NPOs, activists, whatnot. I mean, it occurred to me that misinformation, disinformation is much like virus. Anyone can contract it, anyone can spread it. And once you get it into your body, it's difficult to get it out of your system. So I'd like to say that a modest self-reflection is perhaps something we need in addition to, systemic change, because simply by, pushing like or, forwarding a video that you think is innocuous to someone else might be a way of spreading misinformation, disinformation. So I think we need to be somewhat modest in thinking about this issue and making sure that, or realizing that, we're part of the system as well. And it's not as simple as, name calling or, yeah.
Thank you so much. I know, now it's starting, right? I want to have 2 hours time, actually. But you see, they're still sitting here, yeah? They're watching us. And so, hi, yes, we stay in time. So, sorry, sir. I would love to have taken your question, but I want to, of course, let every one of you panelists have like a statement, what we also should take away regarding the question, what can we still believe? What would you like to see the world be like? That is it the post-truth area and let's find our bubbles to hide from the other bubbles? Or, you all seem positive. This is why I dare to ask this question. But what would you like to take us with from this panel? Nerima, since I don't see you, I'm going to start with you.
Okay, sure. I agree with Ken completely, so I'm glad you started with me. I do think that the issues are quite complex, and what we're seeing is, I believe, failing systems of content moderation. Because at the end of the day, all the information that we have access to, someone had to moderate it, whether it's by human, whether it's an algorithm. And I don't think a lot of these big tech companies realize just how much influence it would have on an individual at such a young age. So basically molding the next human race. So I believe that it's going to be tricky in terms of how do you balance, how will it not violate the freedom of expression, but also protect in terms of digital labor and even protect the user. And that's a balance that I believe a lot of people are going to be trying to make in the next coming few months, not even years.
Thank you so much. Kaylin, what would you like to have us as a takeaway from this panel?
If I wanted to leave people with one takeaway, it's that shaping good informational environments is incredibly, incredibly important to democratic and everyday and economic decision making. It's something that we need as humans in order to go forward and function effectively. It's something we have to take seriously. And it is a problem that we're not going to solve with like a capital S, but that we can handle in all sorts of ways. And you see people in this panel acting in ways to improve content online. So it's not something that we should like throw up our hands and give up on. And I think that the history of media tells us that, you know, we can find ways to deal with bad content whenever you see a new media format invented, whether that's the newspaper, the radio, you see the spread of information on that new sort of platform. Social media and the internet are especially complicated, difficult platforms to kind of figure out, but we can and we should keep going forward, trying to make it better.
Thank you so much. We have 3 seconds left. No, please forgive us. 2 more quick statements.
I'm going to be quick.
Yes.
I'm going to be super quick.
No.
I have every reason to remain fundamentally optimistic that we can solve this problem. At Check My Ads, we have a community of 60,000 plus people who join us in taking actions. We give them the information. So we say, hey, these guys are funded by this ad exchange, and here's their email address, the email address of the CEO or the CTO or the VP of supply policy. We contact them personally. We disrupt their days. We make their life very difficult. And we give them their own supply policies back to them. We tell them what they have told us about their brand and about their commitment to brand safety. And we get these guys cut off, and they are pissed. So join us, checkmyads.org.
You rock.
Sign up for our emails.
Ken, what is your take? What should we take away?
Yes, to answer today's panel discussion title, what can we believe in? I believe in the human race ability to critically ask the right questions about how we want to harness the technology to make the world a better place. It's easy to be cynical, but cynicism, can really pull us backwards. So, if I have to name one thing that I believe in the human race to be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all so much. And thank you, I see that we got 2 more minutes. And Nadini Jami, Ken Moriyama, Helena Khanna, and Narima Vako. And I think you're up to, there was questions, I saw it. Sorry for not having been able to take everyone, but they're here. Just catch them. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, there is a backstage stairs on the other side.
Okay,
So I know it's
so much
don't
for
worry.
me not finding even stairs.
No, my bad if I didn't tell you earlier. But anyway, thank
No
you.
worries.
That was a great
Thank
panel.
you.
I really enjoyed the conversation. So now we're going to have a little a break again of 13 minutes. We will be sharply back at 4:10 to learn how to debunk fakes. We will have tools and tricks by the APA, Austrian Press Agency. The experts of the specially trained experts will be back with us, and I'm really looking forward to that. So enjoy your break and see you later. Thank you. Oh my God. I love it. It looks like party. Yes, it's the last thing, but probably the most important thing of End of Truth, because maybe it means if we do it all properly, it's not the end of truth. So I think this is for us a great opportunity to learn with specially trained fact checkers. What can we do? I want to know everything about your skills. I want to know everything about your tricks. I want to know everything about your tools. And I'm super happy to have them both on stage from the Austrian Press Agency. It's Florian Schmid, the head of the fact-checking department. Hello. And Florian Schmidt and Valerie Schmid, responsible for researching and editing fact checks. So please, both of you, come on stage and tell us how to debunk fakes. And I am in the first row to learn all of this. Thank you so much.
So, hello guys, does this work? It works, perfect. So, thank you very much for coming. Thanks for the invitation. We are very happy to be here today and talk a little bit about how to debunk fakes and show us a few tools and tricks. So, let's get started. First, a brief introduction into what we do and who we are. As introduced, we work for the Upper Austria Press Agency in the department fact-checking, and we started our department in 2020 as a reaction to recent developments in the area of disinformation, and also because we wanted to be equipped for the future, to whatever is to come. And the starting point was actually quite good because shortly afterwards the corona pandemic really started, and then also false information really got widespread a lot and were very visible. We create a specific product. It's not like a journalistic article. We see it more as a scientific article, but more to that a little bit later. And lastly, we understand ourselves as a center for specialized knowledge in the areas of verification, fact-checking, and online research. Basically, since the beginning, we cooperate with the German press agency, DPA. And since 2021, we are part of the International Fact-Checking Network, short IFCN. You might have heard of that. And very recently, this year, we co-founded the German and Austrian Digital Media Observatory. Very complicated names we have, short GATMO. All right, now I said our product is more like a scientific article. And that's because, as you can see very shortly, this is one of our articles. It's on the Upper website. And as you can see, we have a lot of quotes, like 1, 2, marked as 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. And on the end, we have like a list with all the sources. And that's because we have to back up every information we give with a reliable source. And we also have to show the readers every sources we have so they can comprehend to what conclusions we came, whether it's false or right. That's our goal. And that's also what says the IFCN principle. It's like the network I told you before that we are part of. That's what their principle is. All right, and now on to a Facebook post, I think. Yes. So this is a Facebook post. It may look a little bit different to you because, as you can see, there is some kind of overlay that says Fehlinformationen, false informations. And that's why, because it was tagged false. It contains false information. And that's what we did. That's the thing we do together with the DPA, German Press Agency. We fact-check together with them Facebook posts. Now, but the posting is not deleted. That's very important. We don't delete postings, we just fact-check them. You can still see them if you click on it and then show the posting, you can still see it. That was about a very popular claim that the Vulcano Etna is emitting more CO2 than, I think, people from the beginning, I think. It's like a very bizarre comparison, but that's what we have faced in our daily activities. And if you then click again on the posting, you can actually come to the text that we produce that kind of explains to readers why it is false. Yes, you can see it's on the DPA fact-checking website, and that's what we do together with DPA. And now, very shortly, we wanted to show you the GATMO website, because this is like the collaboration we have very recently, also together with DPA, AFP, and Correctiv. Maybe you can scroll down a bit, because then you can see the partners. Here they come. And the special thing about this collaboration is that we also work together with scientists, not only journalists and fact-checkers, but also scientists. For example, from the TU Dortmund or from the IIT, Austrian Institute of Technology. And we do that because we think it's not only done by fact checks, we also need to back up our research with scientific research. And so we collaborate with scientists, we give them data that they might not receive without working with us. And yeah, that's like our approach to the problem disinformation, very briefly. All right, and I think now we can get started with the tools.
Hello, everybody. So let's take a look at today's agenda for our workshop. We have 3 topics for you. We take a look how to debunk AI-generated images. We will learn something about the reverse image search, and we will do some geolocation. So I'm sure you had a lot of theoretical stuff in the last days and today. So now it's the time to get practically. I want you all to join us. You can do it with the smartphone because we are starting now with the debunking AI-generated images, and we have made for you a Menti presentation, a Menti survey. So you can go to menti.com and then please enter this 8-digit number 28435961, and then you can try to do with us to debunk AI-generated images. How does it work? We will show you pairs of pictures. So every time we show you 2 pictures, similar pictures. One of them is AI-generated and one of them is real. And we want you to vote which one is the AI-generated picture. So it will be very hard. We won't give you much time, only a few seconds, because you have to do it by intuition. Because if you see something online, you will, in your timeline, you scroll over and you also just have some seconds. So let's try. Okay, the first picture is this one. And I will show it to you about 5 seconds, and then I will show you another picture. Yes, this one. And we want to know which one is the AI-generated one. So you can start voting now with the next. Yeah. So now you can decide which one is the AI-generated one and which one is the real one. We won't give you the solution now. We will do this about 3 more times, and then we will go back and I will explain you why why the one is AI generated and the other not. Okay, let's move on to the next one without explanation. Now we have this picture, and again we will only show it to you about 5 seconds. And we have this picture. So what do you think is the fake one? Which one is AI generated? Okay, interesting. Let's move on to the next one. Now we have some windmills. Take a look at this picture. And now take a look at this picture. And again, please vote which one is the AI-generated picture. Okay, it's also clear. So the last pair of pictures, we have this girl and we have this girl. So again, please listen to your heart or stomach and vote which one is the AI-generated one. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the first example, and I will give you the solution and I will explain how to debunk those pictures. Maybe we can go to the voting, the first voting, to see what you said. Okay, the majority said the first picture is the AI-generated one, and that's correct. Maybe we can go to the first picture, and I don't know if everybody of you saw it. A lot of people don't see the 6 fingers on the hands, but if you count the fingers, it's 6 fingers, and that's a very common problem made by AI, that the number of fingers at the hand isn't correct. So you were right, I think 80%, yes. Okay, so let's go to the second voting. This is also true. it's harder because you cannot count the fingers, but maybe you saw the blurry spot on the top left. And this is also a very common problem, a common mistake by AI, that you have a mixture of structures, that you have blurry spots. This cannot be a real picture, maybe drawn with some watercolor, but it's not a photography. And so again, you all were right, about 80%. So now I'm not sure if you're correct, because this one, the second option, is the real picture. Yeah, it looks very fake, but it's the real picture. How can we recognize it? For example, if we take a look at this one, because if we take a close look, then we also can count here the rotor blades on the windmills, for example, and then we will see that some windmills have 4 rotor blades, or some windmills don't have a pole at all. For example, at the right side, we can see it. There are windmills with 6 blades and 1 pole. So there are a lot of mistakes. Why is that? Because AI cannot count. AI isn't made for counting. They just have training material, and if they see on the training material that there are 2 windmills behind, then it looks like they have 4 or 6 rotor blades, and AI says, okay, I don't know about perspective, so humans make windmills with 6 rotor blades, but it's not normal, yeah. And here you can see those errors the AI made. I have to say the grass and the flowers look very, very good. So this is very hard to see. But if you count the windmills, then it's clear. So this time, I'm afraid you weren't correct. And also this pair is very, very tricky, because the first one looks very artificial, but it's the real photo. The second picture is the AI picture. And also here, I can show you some things. For example, if you look at the hairline at the top of the head, then you see a hairline that shouldn't be there. It looks also like a shadow. This is very unrealistic. And also now think with logic, because another thing AI isn't able to create is physics. If a child plays with color and it's smeared with color everywhere, then there shouldn't be no color at the neck. Yeah, some color would get on the neck, and it's very clear, very clean. So this is one thing you can see. And also the length of the arm on the right side is maybe a bit too long. If it's the elbow, if it's the hand, then the whole arm is maybe a little bit too short. So these are things that you can still see. Don't worry, it's very, very hard even for us to debunk AI-generated images in seconds. You have to take minutes, you have to look with colleagues to debunk those images. But we hope to give you some tricks to debunk them. Okay, let's move on to the next pair. We have not a pair, but we have some more examples. So again, you can vote. This time we only show you this picture. And remember what I said, the hints that I gave you. Is this picture real, or is it AI generated, and why is it AI generated? Maybe someone of you wants to say why they decide that it's AI or real? Yeah, exactly. You can see connected cherries. For example, at the right side here. And you can also see it in the mass of cherries. There are connected cherries, and that's not natural. So very good. And a last example. Now we want you to take a look at this picture. I can tell you this is AI generated. And if you take a close look, you will see some things that are massive errors and massive mistakes. I want you to focus on the mistake you think is the most proof that it is AI generated. take one thing and concentrate on it, and on the next slide you can vote, you can set a pin in the photo where you think that it's the most proof that it's AI generated, and then we can see it on the big picture. Yeah, that's very good, cool. Most people have seen those blurry faces in the second or third row. A lot of people see mistakes at the hands or the mouth, or in the background where the arms are too long. So maybe we can go back on the big photo. Yeah. In these cases, when AI tries to generate masses of people, then look in the back rows, yeah, in the second row, in the third row, because there are the mistakes. In the first row, it's not so, there are not so much errors, except for the women with the 2 sunglasses, but it could also be a trend. And but behind you can see a lot of blurry faces, a lot of arms that are too big for the dimension, and so you can prove it. So very cool. I think Valerie will talk a little bit about.
One more.
Ah, yeah. Okay. I also show you this one because it's one of the most perfect AI-generated images I know. Yeah, you can see this guy posted it on Twitter with the prompt, so with the input, and it's very, very good. This is AI generated with Midjourney, I think 3 months ago, so it's not the newest, but it's very, very good. And on the first look and on the second look, you can't find anything. Yeah. But if you take a close look, then there are a lot of logic errors. For example, the book cover has no text. The sides of the book are too short. So there are still some mistakes, but they will be gone in some months or 1 year or something like that. So it will become very hard to debunk those pictures. Okay, so now Valerie to computer-generated persons.
So you've seen a lot of very good AI-generated pictures, and now a little bit later you can see AI-generated pictures that are not so good at this point of view. All right, but let's start here. I don't know if you remember this, but in 2021 this website was launched. And it was supposed to make the people believe that Frank Stronach, an Austrian politician, wanted to run for president in Austria. And if you look at the website, it looks a little bit silly, but it's Frank Stronach. And if you see on the domain, for example, the domain is right, but nevertheless, it's fake. It was a fake campaign by a satirical collective, and from their point of view, it was very successful. A lot of media outlets fell for it. So there are a lot of hints that tell us that it's fake, but we wanted to focus on one thing. So if you go to that's the press side. That's the people that allegedly were his press spokespeople. Maximilian, Hagen, Cornelia, Grübinger. And these pictures are AI generated. We can also look at them a little bit bigger in the next slide. Yes, that's one of them. And now to the other, that's the other one. So you've seen a lot of perfect AI pictures. These were the statues 2021. They're not that great. So you can see like a few hints, for example, the earring and stuff. It's not perfect. But we didn't know that at the time. And we wanted to find out what is the origin from these pictures. And what we did as a first step, and that's like the next chapter we wanted to show you, is the reverse image search. All right, so we did on this picture the reverse image search. So a little bit background. As you all know, you can Google words and sentences very successfully. But not everybody knows that you can also Google pictures very successfully. And they help you in a lot of times to find out the origin of a picture. But in this case, let's scroll down a little bit. We see a lot of faces, but none of them is the press person. Maybe a little bit more down. Yeah, and that's the end. So that's like all the results. And maybe we can also try it with the woman. Yeah, and with her, we don't have any results at all. And that was very suspicious to us, because which press spokesperson doesn't have an internet history? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So that was one of the first hints where we kind of thought, oh, that's off. So the reverse image search is very important. For this case, it only was a hint for us. In other cases, in a lot of other cases, for us, it solves the problem. It tells us if something is fake or not. And we wanted to show you 2 examples of that. First one is a Facebook post. Again, it's marked false again, because we already checked it a few years back. And you can see a lot of Austrian politicians, for example, Chancellor Nehammer, like minister who are not minister anymore. And on the right, it says, like translated, oh, they're like celebrated and they're not wearing masks and they're not distancing, but we have to do it. I mean, below, he adapted a thing after we marked it as false, but in the beginning, it only said the first sentence. So he wanted to make people believe politicians tell us something that we have to do and they're not doing it on their own. But the picture was very old indeed. And we found that out with the reverse image search. So, but let's take it a little bit slower this time, so you can all do it at home as well if you want to know how old the picture is. There are different providers. First, we wanted to show you the Google reverse image search. And first we open the image in a new tab. So we have a link to the picture. That's very important. And then we copy this link. Dreimal. Okay, right. The little fails it is. Okay, so we copy that link and we open in a new tab, images.google.com.
I think it's now implemented in the normal Google address, so you just have to go to google.com.
Perfect. And then you open on the, click on that sign. And here you can see, you can either insert a link, that's just what we did. We created a link of a picture, or you can upload a real picture. But we are choosing the link this time. So we insert the link and we click on search. And then we go on Bildquelle suchen, which means look for the origin of the picture. And this way, we find a lot of articles from 2019 that may contain the picture. And that's a very fast way to find out when a picture was uploaded to the internet. I mean, the search doesn't end here. So we're not writing a fact check based on these results. We're continuing our search. But it is a very handy first tool. All right, and now we want to show you a different provider. So we showed you there's Google, the reverse image search on Google, but there's also a provider called TinEye. Maybe we can open TinEye. No. Yeah, so it looks similar. You can, again, upload a picture, or you can insert a link. We're going to choose, again, the link version. No, with the Bill Gates picture. Yeah, maybe let's talk a little bit about that. So that says Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You all know Bill Gates. And on top, you see something that says Center for Global Human Population Reduction. And that sounds weird. That sounds really weird. But that's what we are confronted with every day. And people believe that. People believe that that's true. I mean, that's part of a whole conspiracy theory saying that popular people like Bill Gates actually want to reduce the population with their money, blah, blah, blah. So, but when we write a fact check, we have to know all the facts. We have to know where was this picture taken, when was it taken, where was it taken, stuff like that. And the first step, always reverse image search. So let's do that again. And here we have results. Maybe you can scroll down a bit, and then you can see a lot of different years. 2015, 2016, and I think below there's early, years afterwards. So again, the search would continue here. That's not the end point. We would continue our search, but it is a very good first step. And TinEye is great for another reason. You can sort the matches, which can be very handy. Like on the left, on the top, maybe you can click on it. Here, you can sort the matches by oldest image, newest image, like biggest image. These are all things that can tell you something about a picture. I mean, oldest and newest, that's like very understandable why this is handy, but also the image size can tell you a lot. Because normally, if an image size is very big, it means it's like closer to the original picture, because the original picture obviously has the biggest image size. Most changed? Good question. I don't know. Do you know that?
I think you can. Then you can see pictures where a lot of text got added, or if the marker here. So it really compares pictures. Yeah.
All right. So, as I said, this is a very handy tool for us. We use it nearly every day, basically all the time when we work with pictures. And as I've said, you've got different providers, and it depends on the topic you want to search. It depends on which provider is best. For example, we only showed you 2, but there are much more. You can also have an add-on. Maybe you can show the add-on with all the providers. And for example, since the war in the Ukraine started, we're checking a lot of Russian-Ukrainian content, and that goes really well with Yandex, as you see a little bit below. These are all the providers, but we mostly use Google, TinEye, Bing, I would say Yandex. That's like the one we use the most. All right, I think that's yes. Oh, they're cheering. They're cheering because they won the election. That was after the election. Yeah, that's the original picture after the election.
No.
No AI.
No.
No AI.
Yeah, it's a. Yeah.
That's the moment they. Yeah. Well, that's the moment they found out that they won the election. That's why they're cheering so much.
So this happens a lot of time, that you take a real picture and put it in another context. It's also fake, but it's a real picture. Yeah. Right. Okay. So let's go to the third part, geolocation. Geolocation is also a very interesting work technique we are doing. And I will do it with you interactive again, so you can help me to find out where and when was this picture made. It's a very cool example. It's like a Wimmelbild in German. I don't know what it's translated in English, but you can see a lot of details. So I would suggest we start at the top left corner, and you just shout out to me what is a hint for the location or for the time. Okay, you saw a Czech flag, so you're saying it's probably Czech Republic. Let's come back to it later, but let's go through the sectors and just stay in this sector and tell me what is a hint for the location or for the time.
Acre plates. The number plates on the...
Yeah, the number plates, this is fine, but we cannot see anything. That's a problem, yeah? Yeah. What is the description? Yeah. And Trafik is very important because Trafik can only be in Austria. In Germany, it's not Trafik, it's kiosk. Yes. Oh, do you recognize the tree? Oh, perfect. Yeah, nice. So you can also analyze the trees and when they bloom. Yeah, that's very important. You can also see the traffic sign Einbahnstraße. That means it can only be a German-speaking country. So these are a lot of hints. Let's go a bit down at the top left corner. And also here again, what is a hint for the place or for the time? L17. L17 is a typical Austrian German license program. And the good thing is L17 drivers can only drive in Austria. So this picture has to be in Austria. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing with the Czech flag, but we'll come back to it later. Okay, let's go to yeah, here.
On the right? Or in the
just
center?
Down. Yeah, here. A little bit down. Okay, so here we have the Czech flag, and we have some other hints. What are hints? Yeah. Why do you think this?
Because of the Czech flag? Because of the Czech flag and because it might be in Waldviertel or something?
Oh, okay. So a very big hint is the name of the ship. We saw it before. It is Smetana. Yeah, we are in Linz, a very town known for classic music. Does anyone know Smetana and which music he composed? Moldau, yeah. So maybe this is a ship transport through Upper Austria to Moldau. This is a very good theory, but let's come back to it later. We also see a very interesting, what is called Zebrastreifen, crossway, sorry, because this crossway is not straight. Yeah, that's very important. We will come back to it later. So for now, I just want you to think for yourself what the name of this sign here is. Don't shout it out, please. Just think for yourself. It's the neck stretching exercise. Everybody sits here. So if you have had some seconds of thinking, please, can I have any suggestions? What's the name? Yeah. Zwettlerhof. Perfect. Zwettlerhof. The reason I said to you, don't shout it out, is if someone said Eulerhof, everybody would just have read Eulerhof, yeah? But it's the Zwettlerhof. And it's the first hint that we can search for. So now we can go to Google and we are looking for Zwettlerhof and Familie Schwarz. I don't know if you have read it, but there's Familie Schwarz also. And now we are Zwettl an der Rodel in Upper Austria, and that's a very good hint. Let's take a look at Google Maps, because we want to compare it, if it looks like it, and just switch to the satellite perspective, and then we go in on Zwettl an der Rodel, and if we scroll there, then we will see from above a very important thing, the crossway. Yeah, you can see it here. We can also take this yellow man and put it in to switch to the street view, and then we can see the traffic, we can see the church, and we can take a look around. Here's the Zwettlerhof. So this is the location we found out. That's very good. So now we want to know, when did it happen, yeah? Or what was the reason why there was a ship transport? And also here we can Google again all the things that we saw. I think one thing we haven't seen, the name of the Spedition. Let's go back there. Ganz unten. Genau. On the ship you can see Kübler-Spedition. Yeah, that's also a hint. So now let's Google for Kübler-Spedition, ship transport, Zwettl an der Rodel. And now we find an article of the ORF where we can see when this was and why the ship transport went through Zwettl an der Rodel. So that's very interesting. And just one thing I want to tell you, maybe we can switch back to the picture. I don't have to search for press releases, because a lot of hints for the time I can find in the picture itself. I can find hints for the month, for example, as we had with the trees and the bloom of the trees. We can also see at the left corner with the bakery, there are people with face shields. And face shields only have been at the beginning of the pandemic. in 2020, so it has to be 2020. And I can also look at the shadow and the standing of the sun to find out when this happened on the day. So this is what we call geolocation. It's very interesting. We use it a lot, but not so much like the reverse image search. And we just want to show you how it's done. So I think now we have 8 minutes left, and we would spend this time with questions of you. So if you have a question for us, just say it.
I have a question on the first part. I really like the tool of marking the misinformation. I just wondered, what is the legal background? Does Facebook allow this to happen voluntarily, or they have to allow you to do that, or how does it work?
Yeah, it's a fact-checking partnership with Facebook. Facebook has fact-checking partners over the whole world. You have to be IFCN signatory for it, so you have to comply with the criteria of the International Fact-Checking Network to get a partnership with Facebook. But Facebook pays fact-checkers to fact-check and debunk false claims on their platform.
Okay, cool.
Hi, thanks for a nice presentation. I have a question about the geolocation. I mean, you showed a very lucky picture. I guess the others are not so lucky. Yeah. So are there any more kind of metadata tools to find out the location? Because, you know, it's like a detective
yes.
A bit.
Metadata is a good suggestion, but metadata is also very risky. Yeah, you can fake metadata with no problem, with no knowledge. You can change the date and the location and such things. And the other problem with metadata is that it gets deleted if you upload photos on social networks, for example. Then you cannot have any metadata. These are two big problems with metadata. So metadata can be a hint for us, but no proof.
But it is true, geolocation is very much about luck and very much about searching for hours and hours. So this was an easy example just to show you like the signs. But there were also cases where we searched for hours and hours and didn't find anything, and eventually we had to say, okay, we can't find it. Yeah. And there were also cases where we searched for days, and after days we found it. So
yeah, I think we searched 2 days for a picture of Sebastian Kurz standing in front of McDonald's.
And now we know all the McDonald's in like...
Styria.
Styria, yes.
Thank you. You showed us some techniques today how to detect AI images, but the field is very fastly evolving. Do you also have strategies or tools when the AI learned to assimilate physics and avoid other mistakes like too many fingers?
Yes, a very good question. We have 3 approaches to debunk AI-generated images. The first one is the inner logic. I showed you today the inner logic to recognize errors, mistakes. The second one is the outer logic. For example, if you think of the AI picture of the Pope in the jacket, the Pope cannot go around in the jacket and there's only one picture. So you have to ask classical journalistic questions like, are there any eyewitnesses or any other photos? And the third approach are AI detection tools. But in my opinion, they don't work very good nowadays, and I also think they won't be perfect in the near future. So I don't think that this will be a good way for us to debunk those pictures. But the other ones, I think, for example, the classic journalistic questions are a very good way to debunk it.
If I can add one thing, there is going to be the point where we can't detect AI images anymore. But what always stays is the journalistic approach that Florian said. That's always going to stay, and that's what we also need to keep learning on doing, like asking these questions. Is this logical? Why are there any pictures? Why aren't there any media like outlets reporting on it? Why can't I find any other pictures of the press people? So these questions are very important.
Hi, with the geolocation,
you showed us what you said was an easy example to narrow down, yes, this is the place. Are there other ways with a more complicated example, like if you were in the desert, are there tools that you use to say, I think this is the place, but here's how I'm going to rule out. Maybe it's not the place, and I can tell to narrow things down?
It's very difficult if you have a place in a desert or in the ocean or something like that. There are approaches to have automatic geolocation with AI. I have seen that it can work, but it's also not 100% accurate. But maybe in the future this is a way. And I can maybe you one day you go to YouTube and search for geo. How is it called? The game GeoGuessr profis. They can't do much more than we do. They see a picture of a place and know, okay, this is in the northern hemisphere, or this is anywhere in this country. So there are people who can recognize a lot of details, but we have to have luck with the examples. Yeah.
Sometimes Google Lens is quite good in detecting landscapes. If it's like a really characteristic landscape, you could use Google Lens, but not like in a desert.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes, so if you have questions...
I have a question. Perhaps I was a... Oh? I still... Okay. My question is just, perhaps I was a little bit too late, but to understand how the AI generated pictures are generated. Is the picture totally generated, or is the AI using photographies and composing and doing montage, or is always everything generated? You know?
I think I understand what you're saying. I think I can show it to you with this picture. So I think your question was, is it this wholly generated, or is it parts that got stuck together? Yeah, I can explain it to you. So none of these persons does exist. Yeah, none of these faces are real. They are completely generated. And the AI has a lot of training data of people, of a mass of people, for example, 10,000 images. And then the AI starts to recognize what are the details, how can I replicate it without using the parts. Yeah, and that's where the errors come. Because if you look at real pictures of people, masses, then you always have blurry background. And so the AI says, okay, it's very common that people turn into blurry faces if they stand in the back rows. Yeah? So this is where the bias, where the errors come in. No, it's not completely new. Completely new.
I think the question is about in-painting. The new, like AI, you can also say, like, you have the original photo, but you can say, like, okay, instead of the Trump, I want, I don't know, some other politician.
That's true. There are like AI filters that change an existing photo, yes. But that's not with this. This is Midjourney. Midjourney completes generate new, yeah.
Maybe we can go to the Twitter picture, because there you can see what he typed into Midjourney to find, like, to create this picture. So that's the text. He typed in Midjourney to get this picture.
Yeah, this is called prompt. It's the input you give an AI to generate something. And you can see how detailed it is from this guy to make this picture. That doesn't mean if you do the same thing, you won't get the same picture. Yeah. But this is one example. Thank you. Okay.
In the back.
I think it's the last question, but yeah.
So it sounds very labor intensive, all this work you all are doing. But you were able to point out to us very concrete places where there are things to look for. Have you ever tried training an AI on things to look for where you know, here's a crosswalk, can you quickly identify all the crosswalks in these questionable pictures and help us find that? Or in the crowd photo, here's places where there's 6 fingers, here's places with this. Have you ever tried to advance your own process using the tools that are generating these images?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have some projects with the AIT, the Austrian Institute of Technology, to create AI detection tools. And all the things we created are state-of-the-art, but most of the things weren't so accurate that we can use it in our workday. But if you go back maybe to the Pressesprecher, the spokesperson of Team Stronach, all these photos of they are from, does this person exist? No, this person does not exist. Yeah. And we trained a program which can debunk them really accurate, I think for 100%, and that's very cool. It just works for these pictures, but it works. Okay, I think we are done.
Wonderful. I heard about debunking videos based on the frequency of whatever that was. I mean, like super scientific stuff. So we're gonna do this next time then. So I hope you enjoyed the conference and that you learned a lot of things today and yesterday too, and the day before too, and that you will be continuing your exploration about technology, arts, science here at Ars Electronica, also through the artworks and everything that you have been listening today to apply it, not only here at Ars Electronica with a curious eye, but also in your daily life and for your next searches, so to speak. Well, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to be here in the last 2 days. I would like to thank the tech team again for having me on top of things and following my adaptation to the speakers myself. So thank you so much for cabling me, for the slides, for helping also for the furniture. It's a lot of work that we do not see all the time so easily. So thank you to the tech team. Thanks to Claudia and thanks to Andrea and thanks to Andrea and, of course, the Ars Electronica team for co-curating these days together. It has been a real pleasure, really. And it's great to see this live, right, when it happens. So thank you so much. And thanks to Anna and to my team. Melissa is not here today, who have been putting also the content together. Thank you to all of you, and see you soon again in another conference or next year here. Bye-bye.